Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1.
We was, oh, is that good? Is that good? Hello, hello.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming out. My name is Edwin Chavous. I am the Small Farm Outreach Coordinator here at Kentucky State. Today, our topic, Juneteenth, weed and pest control. One announcement, I would like to welcome everyone out in July the 26th, to our beef cattle meeting. And our topic will be heat, stress, and forage testing. We normally start about 6 o'clock at the Bluegrass Stockyard in Lexington. It's closer to Georgetown, but the new stockyard. So we're going to have a KSU historical highlight and notable facts by Mrs. Stuckey and Ms. Hampton. So at this time, let's welcome Ms. Stuckey and Ms. Hampton at this time.
Everyone. I'm Sheila Stuckey, and I'm the library director at Kentucky State University.
And I'm Dantrea Hampton, and I'm the periodicals reference librarian there.
So today we're going to just talk a little bit about some historical highlights.
Let's hit that one. Did you hit it again?
There
Oh,
it
there it
goes. Some historical highlights and notable facts about Kentucky State University. Some you may know, and some you may learn some things today.
First, we're going to start out with some basics. Kentucky State's mission, vision, and core values. Kentucky State University is a public, comprehensive, historically black land-grant university committed to advancing the Commonwealth of Kentucky, enhancing society, and impacting individuals by providing quality teaching with a foundation in liberal studies, scholarly research, public service to enable productive lives within the global economy. You see, we had to include everything in there. We got the land grant in there too, so that's most important for today. The vision of Kentucky State is we focus on just keeping students first. Diversity is valued and understood and respected. Just having a diverse faculty, staff, and students that we recruit and retain. An intellectual environment that's conducive to leadership, teaching, research, and community service, and effective teaching, learning, just lifelong learning, and just excellence. That's key. And our core values include having a student-centered philosophy, excellence and innovation, ethical conduct, and a social responsibility.
So Kentucky State University, the idea of the university started in 1886. And the Commonwealth needed more normal schools to train African American teachers. And so the conversation began about they started talking about starting a university. And on May the 18th, 1886, the legislature created Kentucky State University, and the name of the school at that time was the State Normal School for Colored Persons, and it was the second state-supported school in Kentucky. This building that you see is Jackson Hall. It was one of the first buildings that was built at Kentucky State. It was built in 1887. And at that time, when the school began, it was October the 11th, 1887, and it began with 3 teachers. And John Henry Jackson was the first president of Kentucky State. And so this building is Jackson Hall, and it began as Recitation Hall. So this is a picture of John Henry Jackson. Dr. Jackson was an alumnus of Berea College here in Kentucky, and he served 2 terms at Kentucky State from 1888 to 1889, and then from 1907 to 1910.
Okay, Kentucky State University, let me go look, did I get it on here? Okay, I'm sorry, making sure I'm on the right thing. Kentucky State University and its land grant status. In 1890, the Morrill Land Grant Act led to the establishment of land grant institutions for African Americans. The act established the departments of agriculture, mechanical, and domestic economy. And in 1902, the institution's name changed to the Kentucky Normal and Industrial Institute for Colored Persons.
And in 1909, that's when athletics began at the university, and there was a history professor by the name of Paul William Lawrence Jones, who was an 1898 graduate of KSU, and he established football, which was the first intercollegiate athletic program at the university. And he worked at the school between 1907 and 1928.
Okay, Kentucky State University has had 18 presidents, and we just hired our 19th president, Dr. Kofi Akapo. 4 of our presidents served 2 non-consecutive terms, and those were, like she mentioned before, John Henry Jackson, James Shelton Hathaway, and Green Pinckney, and Raymond M. Burse.
Francis Marion Wood was the 7th president, and he is the only president that was an alum of the university. Okay. Rufus B. Atwood became the university's 9th president in 1929, and this is a photo of him, and the collage to the left, through the years, in the early years at Kentucky State, they would create these graduation collages every year. And some time passed, and they used to have these, I guess they were housed, I think, in Hume Hall, which is the administration building. And for some reason, at some point, someone thought that they didn't need to keep them anymore, so they threw them in the trash can, threw them in the dumpster. And so there was another professor, Henry Chaney, who served at the university for a long period of time. He saw them in the dumpster and climbed in the dumpster and pulled them out, retrieved them. And at some point, they made their way to the library, and in the late 90s, we had, and they were in bad shape. They were in poor condition, torn, stains. And so we received a preservation grant through the University of Delaware. Our library is a member of the HBCU Library Alliance, and so they had this grant opportunity with the University of Delaware that they came and they trained us. And so we preserved them and got them back to the state that they're in, that you see now. And so they're housed in Jackson Hall through our Center of Excellence for the Study of Kentucky African Americans, which is CESCA, and so they're there. And so that other picture to the right is a picture of Dr. Atwood and Martin Luther King. Dr. King came to KSU in 1957, and he served as a commencement speaker, and that's what that picture is. And the other gentleman is a professor, was a professor at the university.
Kentucky State has had 7 name changes, as you can see listed here. In 1886, we started out as the State Normal School for Colored Persons. Then in 1902, Kentucky Normal and Industrial Institute. 1926, Kentucky State Industrial College. 1934, Kentucky State Industrial College for Colored Persons. 1938, Kentucky State College for Negroes. 1953, Kentucky State College. And in 1972, we became Kentucky State University.
So in the 40s, we had several alums that became famous. To the top left is Whitney M. Young Jr., who graduated from Kentucky State in 1941, I'm sorry. And he became a civil rights leader and also the executive director for the National Urban League. Also in 1940, and this is not about alums, but this was when the first dining hall was erected on the campus in 1940. The E.E. Underwood Refractory. And then in 1949, McCullen Hall was built, which was named in honor of Lieutenant James L. McCullen, who is to the top right, the gentleman at the top right. He was a Kentucky State graduate and a Tuskegee Airman. Also, Roy M. Chappelle on the left, on the bottom left corner. He was a 1940 KSU graduate and an African-American aviator in the Tuskegee Airmen Division. And so a building was named in his honor in 1999 on campus. And the last picture, the right at the bottom, Moneta Sleet Jr., he was a 1947 graduate of KSU and became the first African-American to win the Pulitzer Prize for the famous photo of Coretta Scott King at Dr. Martin Luther King's funeral.
In the 1950s, we had a lot of growth. In 1954, the Rosenwald Laboratory School was built. In 1956, the education program received accreditation from the National Council of Teacher Education, and in 1958, KSU became one of the first Black colleges to be granted full membership to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools.
So in the 60s, there was campus expansion and reconstruction of buildings, and KSU acquired 109 acres of land immediately to the south of the main campus on US 60, increasing the total campus size to 220 acres. So during that time, in 1964, Combs Hall was constructed. That's a dormitory, and it's still there. It's named after Governor Bert T. Combs. And Hunter Hall was constructed, and it was named after retired Dean of Students Ann Jackson Hartwell Hunter. 1968, there was an addition to the library. 1969, the renovation of Hume Hall. And in 1969, the addition of an athletic field house.
And we also wanted to mention that the dorm that you see let me see, this dorm right here, that's Hunter Hall. It was given to our land grant program in 2017, and in 2021, funding was approved so they could create more office space for extension and research, students, classrooms for students, and I think a laboratory or something like that. But they're still working on it, and I'm not sure exactly when it will be done, but this is an expansion for our land grant department. In 1970, we got one of our first graduate degree programs in the 70s. I'm sorry, in 1973, KSU enrolled students into its first graduate program, which was the Master of Public Administration. And in 1974, 12 students graduated with a Master of Public Administration. And this is a picture that I found of the Director of Public Affairs, their graduate division, and I found it in one of our old yearbooks. So I thought to include it in this presentation. In 1986, where we are right now, the farm was purchased. It was 203 acres of land that was purchased in Franklin County, which became the Research and Demonstration Farm. Additional acreage was purchased in 2009 that totaled over 300 acres. And the farm was named in honor of the late Dr. Harold R. Benson, who was a former land grant director here at KSU.
So in 1991, our first female president was Dr. Mary Levi Smith. Dr. Smith was appointed interim president in 1989 when then President Burris resigned. President John T. Wolfe was named president in 1990, and after serving 1 year, he resigned, and Dr. Mary L. Smith became the 14th full-time first female president in 1991.
And in 1999, the Roy Martis Chappelle Community Education Center was built, and it was named for Roy M. Chappelle, who was a Tuskegee Airman. Okay, agriculture became KSU's program of distinction in 1999, and offering classes and a Master of Science in Aquaculture and Aquatic Sciences. And there's also a certificate program as well as Aquaculture and Aquatic Sciences. In 2002, the first Master of Aquaculture degree was awarded.
And Dr. Mary Evans Sias began her service to KSU as the 16th president in 2004, and she served as president for 10 years.
And this is a picture of our Environmental Education Research Center. In 2005, 320 acres of land was acquired by KSU in Henry County in Pleasureville, Kentucky. 306 acres is the home of the Environmental Education Center. I had mentioned to a couple of people in our land grant program that this was on my bucket list to get to, and so Ian Rise invited us to come out for Earth Day. And it was so beautiful, so beautiful. And if you have never been there, please put it on your list of things to do. It's so much to see and experience out there.
So this is just, what we've given you today is just a small amount of Kentucky State University history, but there are two history books that we have that have been written about the university. The first one is Onward and Upward, a Centennial History of Kentucky State University, 1886 to 1986. And then the most recently published, The Pursuit of Excellence, Kentucky State University, 1886 to 2020. And these two books are available in our library. And if you want to learn more about KSU, just come see us and we can talk, or you can check out these books to find out more information about the university. Thank you.
Ms. Stuckey and Ms. Hampton, thank you again. Let's give them another round. There's an old saying, there's 1,000 eyes in the day and 1,000 eyes at night. And I heard my colleagues, Ms. Stuckey and Ms. Hampton, so I thought it was very fitting for this occasion. And thank you again. In other words, somebody's watching you. So next on the agenda, Patchwork Initiatives, Filling in the Gaps with Community Farm Alliance. Staff, Mr. Martin and Mr. Richard Martin, his staff. Mr. Martin is no stranger here at Kentucky State and his staff. Let's welcome Community Farm Alliance.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How's everyone doing? So I'm gonna just do a brief summary and then I'm gonna let Martin do a spill of the history of Community Farm Alliance. I'm Tiffany Belfield Elamine. I'm the Food Systems Equity Organizer for Community Farm Alliance in our what we call our Patchwork Initiative. It's a statewide initiative, and it's really geared to look for the people who aren't in the room, people who aren't everywhere, and making sure that every farmer, every grower, every steward, everybody who touches the land has the same equal opportunity to resources, to light, to education, and to purpose. The clicker. Like I said, I'll let Martin go through these slides, but I just wanted to give you guys a snapshot of what Patchwork Initiative is. Martin Richards.
Thanks, Tiff. I'm going to go a little off script here because I learned a lot from what your all's presentation, and it got me curious, right? So I'm 66 years old. I had never heard of Juneteenth. I had never heard of the Tulsa Massacre until I was 60 years old, right? It is what it is, right? And you all mentioned Berea, Kentucky, right? And, I'm not from Kentucky originally, but some significant events happened in the early 1900s. The Day Law was passed, right, that legalized segregation in our schools in Kentucky. And Berea College at that time was integrated, and it adversely affected them, and Berea College took it all the way to Kentucky State Supreme Court, and they said it was cool, right? So what did Berea do? They helped form the Lincoln Institute. I think it's here in Franklin County. Essentially, it was the Black Berea College at that time. And the Lincoln Institute, it's not around anymore. And I only know about it because my neighbor, Andrew Baskin, the Lincoln Institute is near and dear to his heart, but he's taught me about it. And the Lincoln Institute ended up becoming part of Kentucky State. And I think it was one of those many name changes was that point when the Lincoln Institute was combined with Kentucky State. That was really sparked my imagination, and thank you all for that. And Edwin, you're right. I think CFA and KSU have had a long history. I joined Community Farm Alliance. I have to take off my shoes to count, but 25 years ago, at that time when I was farming. And I was fortunate when I joined that one of CFA's memorable leaders was Matty Mack. And of course, Matty Mack had strong connections to KSU, and I was amazed by the power of Matty Mack. And just last Friday, I was sitting down with farm aid staff up in Boston, and we were talking about that. And they were talking about the 1985 farm aid that was in Kentucky, and that was for them one of the most memorable farm aids. And Matty Mack got up and sang with Willie Nelson, during that concert. So anyway, it's all been quite a ride. So CFA, obviously not as old as KSU, formed back during the farm crisis of the 1980s. And I'm going to try to keep the 25-year, 37-year history very briefly, right? But I will say that the first thing those farmers did was set up a suicide hotline, because those folks, because of that farm crisis, were losing their farms. And for those of you who are farmers, what's the point, right, if you lose your farm? But then they said one thing, is like they didn't feel like that the problems they were having were their fault, in that they were following the directions from the land grant, from the USDA, and the famous Earl Butts saying, get bigger, get out. And that's what led to that. And so those farmers said, if this is what public policy, the effect it's going to have on our farms, on our families, on the future of our kids, we want a voice. And they formed CFA. I always add to the story, my uncle lost my grandfather's farm during that time. And for my whole life, I thought, well, Uncle John just wasn't as good a farmer as my grandfather. But it was when I joined CFA, that's when I learned what all that was about. And I learned that my uncle was just following that advice, because I remember him buying more machinery and leasing in more land, the getting bigger, get out. And then it all imploded on him. Unfortunately, all too often, my uncle also died in a tractor accident. So it's so cliche, I guess. But anyway, we are a membership-based organization. And yeah, the slide speaks for itself. What do I press here? This one? Yeah. All right. So it shouldn't surprise anybody but I think CFA's point of view is people know their problems. They know their problems better than anybody else, right? And, when you're laying in bed at night trying to fall asleep, but your problems are in front of you, right? You end up having a pretty good idea of how to fix these problems, how to solve these problems, but a lot of people don't know where to start. And I think that's where CFA has historically helped people, right? As a place to start with their problems. And how to make the solutions there. And guess what? The problems this community is having, next county over, they're probably having the same communities. So we really help organize. And I think that's at the root of what CFA has always done, is community organizing and leadership development, so that people can express their problems. And then we help them get in front of the folks here in Frankfurt or DC. Tiff just came from DC, and you have been there how many times this year?
I think this is my third or fourth time.
Third or fourth time this year, right? And it's not just her. She has farmers with her, because this is Farm Bill year, right? So anyway, that's what we do, right? And so it's called movement building, to do all that. Because the end goal here is to change public policy. For a nonprofit, we don't have a lot of money, but the end goal is if we can change public policy, then we can make systematic change for everybody. And one of the unique things that CFA does is these pilot projects or programs that we do that is based on real people's problems and our attempt to solve those. And by doing that, we always do that with the eye towards being able to lift those up, whether it's here, at the state capitol or in DC, and say, hey, if you all pass this bill, you all make this appropriation, the impact that this little project had can happen for everybody. And we've done that quite a lot. And so many of the programs that we are doing right now, like Kentucky Double Dollars, that exact same thing. Eastern Kentucky Farmers Markets ask us for help. And so we did it. It's now in, I don't know, someone correct me, I think we're supporting 50 farmers markets across the state with that program. But the goal is to change public policy. And actually, we had a bill introduced this past legislation to support those kind of very efforts. And that's why we're in DC right now, to get the federal government to, again, increase the funding for those kind of programs that improve healthy food access for people who are insecure and to support Kentucky farmers at the same time. Then the last piece is like, this is circular because, you know, it's hard to pass legislation, but once you pass it, you got to watch how it's enacted, right? And is it really doing what the original intention was to do? And if it's not, and sometimes you got to hold people's feet, you know, to the fire, make them accountable. And if it's not, well, then we start all over again. So that's why it's a vicious circle. And I think I've overstayed my welcome.
No. Thank you, Martin. Thank you so much. So just to piggyback off of Martin, because Martin said a lot. Patchwork Initiative literally fills all those gaps because I am a black farmer, I'm a woman, I'm a generational farmer, I'm a tobacco farmer, and I was raised in Appalachian East Kentucky. So I have a lot of things against me, and I wear them very proudly, but I've been able to be in rooms with a whole group of East Kentucky, a whole group of Appalachian, a whole group of women, a whole group of black farmers, and understanding that from each of those groups, there are gaps. People aren't being heard, their stories are not being told, they do not understand policy. A lot of the things that come from a federal level goes over our heads because it's not really intended for us to know. A lot of work around Patchwork Initiatives is also understanding the power struggle that we have here in the state agriculturally, and just kind of made, it's always been CFA's mission to speak for those who do not have a voice. You have a voice, but they're not being honored, you're not being respected. And so each of us as a staff has our own hats, and we bring it to a table, whether it be, you know, a university table, a policy table, a local food system table, a farmer's market table, and we get to help speak for them. I proudly speak for black farmers in the state. I've been asked to speak for black farmers in the state. And there are a lot of things that are happening around us that are going over our heads. So this is just a recap on what I do, and I think it's very special because this is the only historical black college that we have here in the state, and there's a lot of awesome people working underneath of this university, and it's up to us to continue to have these conversations so we can work so we all have an equal playing field. I think the biggest thing of my job is fairness and equality. We have a very diverse landscape here. Thank you for the history, because I find myself in a lot of rooms with people who do not look like me that have no idea the history of Kentucky State University. And to know the history would also respect the preservation of that history, and also knowing that the work that Matt did, I do a lot of work with Federation for Southern Cooperatives. Maddie Mack and Louis Rivers helped create that. And the work that we are living through at the university was from the work of these elders and the work of these national and regional partnerships. Again, a big part of my job is continuing that work. And it wasn't just, Maddie Mack wasn't just helping black farmers, and she wasn't just helping women farmers. She was helping every farmer that came through Kentucky State Land-Grant University. And she did what she needed to do on a national level to make sure that everybody was heard through policy, through action, and my hat respectfully goes off to Miss Maddie Mack. I feel like I'm walking in her footsteps. So these are a couple of pictures from our Kentucky Black Farmers Conference. So Community Farm Alliance decided, and I would say a lot with my leadership, that we needed a farmers conference. There were a lot of conferences in the state, and I would get emailed and asked like, hey, why wasn't there somebody up there speaking that looked like me? Where are our farmers that look like us telling our success stories and our troubles? And so, along with Black Soil, Ashley Smith, CEO, we created the Kentucky Black Farmers Conference. The first year was 2021 in that top picture. Beautiful, statewide, very diverse group of people. The farms are Black owned, Black led, but the families, very diverse. So this is not just a mission just for Black farmers. It's just that there's only 500 of us in the state. We're less than 1%. So we're really like screaming like, hey, we're here. Let's do this work together, right? And then at the bottom was 2022, which was amazing. Great turnout. And then the one off to the side was 2023, when we were in Bowling Green and the weather was just horrible. There was tornadoes, there was wind damage. We had people calling us, resources. They're just like, we're trying to catch a high tunnel where there's no electric. We're trying to get people's electric to their farms. It was a lot going on, but still we had wonderful farmers, wonderful resource providers come out, and it was a beautiful time. We did a lot of conversation around policy. Like Martin said, Farm Bill is coming down. Does everybody know about Farm Bill? Raise your hand. Okay, that's not good, y'all. I need you guys. We have to learn more about Farm Bill in the state of Kentucky, because guess what? The large farmers, they know about Farm Bill. And not only do they know about it, they know the money that they're going to get from Farm Bill. And a lot of that should be redirected to us as small farmers. No matter where we're at, no matter our race, no matter our sex, none of that, because they are doing a lot around, and there is a slide for this. Hold on, I'm jumping ahead. Awesome pictures from some of the farm conferences. Representation, right? We're building new beginning farmers. That's what we're here to do. I think every farmer in the room, everybody who gives resources to farmers, we know that in order to keep Kentucky agriculture alive, we need new beginning farmers. And so, unbeknownst to me, just like Martin didn't know about Juneteenth, I didn't know that there were Black schools or schools that had predominantly Black students who had FFAs. I'm used to being in rural Kentucky. FFAs, there are no people that look like me in FFA. So we were in Lexington, Kentucky, and we had 3 FFA lodges that were inside of ag STEM schools, and they came out and they helped us. And I think it's a beautiful representation. I think the biggest part of my job is telling the story and letting people know that we exist. Simply, we exist. There are students that want to do this work, young students that want to be farmers, not just going into a career in ag, but they want to play in the soil. They want to be the future farmers of Kentucky, and it's going to take all of us to uplift them. Again, there is no bias to it. Like, we are farmers here in the state. Every single last one of them. I assume you guys are here to learn about how to get your weed control and all the things that are coming. And this half is just to give you a bit of education on how you can also be doing something outside of just growing food, because it's a big part. But where are your hands going after you stop growing? Do you know? Do you know? Do you have interns? Do you have students? Do you need people out there? I think it's another piece of CFA being a patchwork initiative. If y'all called and were like, yo, you got some young folk that could really help us, we could really teach them how to be farmers, we can and we could. And that's, our hands are extended to help build and strengthen our local food system. And of course, it starts with our students. Next slide. So at the Kentucky Black Farmers Conference, like I said before, we talked a lot about policy, now going into the Farm Bill conversation. So Farm Bill is like this really big piece of legislation, okay? Like, it's huge. I did not care much about policy, nor did I know anything about the Farm Bill until this year, so I'm with y'all on this, okay? But it was just amazing to figure out, like, your crop insurance, all the things that conservation does, the debt ceiling on how much money the state's really gonna get. All of this funnels from Farm Bill, and we can go along with it and be like, yeah, well, whatever happens, happens. But then when you're going to your agency and you're like, oh, I can't borrow that much money? Well, you could have maybe had a say in how much money that is. And we've been able to take some of those priorities from some of our farmers to DC. Another slide over. For Kentucky Black Farmers Conference, Ashley Smith from Black Soil, brought in the candidates for the Ag Commission. So many farmers didn't even know who their candidates were. You had some good ones, and we had some folks that are just wanting to do the work. It takes more than that to be the Ag Commissioner of the state. In this picture, you can see Inslow, Schnell, and what was the other guy's name? Heath. In this picture with Ashley Smith, and we had pre-said questions, and they asked the questions. Some knew what to talk about. Some did not know nothing about small farmers in the state, regardless of sex, regardless of race. So we have a bigger job here. Like, we should be at the top of the Appalachian Mountain screaming, small farmers exist, and the reason why food circulates in the state is really because of the small farmer. I am a small grower steward as well, so I'm speaking with that hat on. They don't know what we do. They don't know the power. They don't know how many churches we're feeding. They don't know how many food boxes that we're handing out. They don't know how many seeds you gave to your neighbor because they don't have money to go buy seed to feed their family. They don't know these stories, and they need to know. And we were able to tell that from a black farmer's point of view, which I think helped some of them during their things, because now we have Ms. Inslow and Mr. Schnell are now the final candidates for Ag Commissioner. Please read up on them, because they will also have an influence with the Farm Bill. Please be in more contact with your state offices, because if there is something going on in your county, they need to know about it. And if you guys don't get, like, you go and they're just like, yeah, whatever, come to us, because what we like to do is go down to those offices, like, so we heard that Miss So-and-so said so-and-so. You don't want to talk about it? Well, we're going to talk about it. And that's what I'm good at doing, so respectfully. The other activity we had a lot of activities, a lot of sessions, but the two that stuck out from the Kentucky Black Farmers Conference was the Ag Commissioner Candidate Forum, and then the Jessup Wagon activity, talking about building an extension. Extension is at a chokehold across the state. It's everywhere. County level, state level, extension is like overworked, underserved, under capacity, and it's all of us that we really need our extension. It is like the bridge that gives us everything educational and resourceful. So the question that we had at the conference was, if you could build a really good extension, what would it look like? And it went back to the conversation about the Jessup Wagon and George Washington Carver. Anybody ever heard of the Jessup Wagon? Hey, okay. I try to make this enjoyable, but you guys look very focused on weed control, and I'm trying to like educate. Usually I'm very like, yay, yeah, But so the Jessup Wagon, we all have taken part of a Jessup Wagon. I hate the mic because I think I talk too loud. We've all been a part of a Jessup Wagon before, and it literally was the original extension. And what it really was is that community would look at one another and really figure out, what do we need, what needs to be done, what county over has something that we need, you got this, we got that, and it literally was a wagon with people on it, and you could see like tinctures and medical devices. You might have a nurse, a doctor, a teacher, a farmer, and they literally would go around the region sharing, grabbing, and that's really extension, right? These folks who work in extension come with their own education, their own experiences. They take what they've learned, they get trained, they teach you, and I bet you come and tell them something new about your farmland, your community, your region. They take that information, they then do more research and training and put it back out there to you. That's what extension does. But back in the day, we didn't have a building. For black folks, we didn't have a college. It literally was just a wagon. And George Washington Carver was one of the originators of this wagon, and he himself grabbed these people, grabbed these techniques and this education. And I mean like a wagon, like a horse-drawn wagon. And it literally went on the hillside, okay? And it was a beautiful thing that, of course, turned into our day extension. We did a project where, we put on the wall policy, we put on the wall education, technical assistance, and agricultural practices. And we basically was like, what are we doing well in the state? What is great? What do we need more work on? What are the agencies that are doing this work? And what we found out is that we do great education on soil health, and that was also conservation. Conservation practices, which means that our NRCS must be doing a really good job, because a lot of these people are like NRCS and extensions, conservation, research and education has definitely helped me with my on-farm practices. And then crop rotation. Shout out to the Center of Crop Diversity, because he does not play. He has so much information from the UK's extension. If you guys don't know about that, please research it. So that's what we do great. But things that we need to do better. Now, this is a whole room of people, and I just gathered sticky notes, so I'm just a translator. We need to do better on seed saving. That was something that my grandmother used to do like all the time. Who seed saves here? Hey, I know you do, Reva. Seed saving could cut you so much cost. And I don't know if, like, I'm 38, right? We got a lot of different ages in the room, but like my grandmother grew up on keeping her heirlooms, keeping her generational bean seeds, right? And we've kind of outgrown that with consumerism and capitalism. And you know where those seeds come from. You know if they're GMO. You know the soil it came out of. And if you start now, you could have maybe a couple of generations of seeds that may be worth so much as we come through whatever we're going through right now as an economy. So it's something to think about. Ujima Seeds has been coming through the state. Jim Embry and the wonderful Miss Bonita have been coming through some conferences. If you guys want more information about it, it's a whole collective that starts you with heirloom and generational seeds. So then you can cultivate it, and it's completely organic, cheap. It goes back into the cooperative, but then now you have your chance to be a seed saver. But you should just start now, as you guys are all growers, so you guys all have seeds, I know. Also lifting up the BIPOC voice. We're in the state of Kentucky, so there's a lot of indigenous people here that we do not hear about. I consider myself an indigenous person of color, but that's BIPOC. That is Black, indigenous people of color. And however you want to identify in that group, but in the state of Kentucky, the stories have been kind of, everything y'all just heard from K-State, I bet half of y'all didn't even know about K-State. K-State's been here longer than some of y'all's families have. And it's like, we have to really remember where we come from, and the fact that Kentucky was built because we did unify at some point in time to build this wonderful state of Kentucky. So we have to uplift everyone's voices. Appalachian voices are getting raised more and more, but even then, I go to East Kentucky, and there's so many stories that we're not hearing, and the ones we do get to hear are very glamorized. East Kentucky, who's here from East Kentucky? Anybody? Yeah, I know you guys are. It's just a different region, right? You guys are from like Frankfort, Central for the most part. Anybody in West Kentucky? No? Everybody's pretty central. Climate control, climate change is happening, and that is a story that everybody's wanting to hear, and money is coming from the feds to help us with climate. But if we don't talk about it, they don't know that we need help with it. So we need to uplift our voices. Equity in the FSA offices. I'm gonna leave that where it's at. And then relationships with rural development. I think that there is a lot that rural development does. I'm building my own relationship for the relationships of other people of color. They just wanna talk, right? So building relationships with your local offices starts with us, no matter what hurdles we're going over to be in contact with those offices. But they have a lot of funding too, and it literally just takes a conversation. And if you ever get stuck, that's what Community Farm Alliance is for. So we have been going to DC a lot. And in DC, the biggest things are racial equity and social justice. Combined, that's food justice. And so we did Farm Bill priorities. Farm Bill priorities are for everybody. There are sections in there for Black farmers because Black farmers have been left out of Farm Bill. And so, but overall, all the rest of this is for all of us. All of us as small farmers. This is a small farmers Farm Bill priority and recommendation. So this list was made from the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, and wonderful pictures. That's Miss Bonita at the top. She is one of the founders of Ujima. And then that's me and Dania Davey. She is the advocacy coordinator and does all the great things in DC through the Southern Federation of Southern Cooperatives. I'm saying all this to say that I'm a Black woman, so definitely I'm speaking for farmers that look like me. But we all do work for anybody and everybody because it's going to take all of us to do policy change, period. In that room, there's a group of everyone, okay? But just looking at some of the priorities, you know, we definitely feel like we need to modernize the conservation and credit program application, technical assistance used by community-based organizations. It's a lot of words. You know what that means? That means that if you are going to do all this programming and it's getting sent straight down to, our land-grant universities, straight down to the larger nonprofits, and you know, from that, they have to be governed to then give it to small organizations like Community Farm Alliance, Kentuckians for KFTC, things like that. Grassroots organizations, so they can work in collaboration with these larger entities, because these entities are extension land grant entities, and guess what? They're not being funded like they should be. The capacity is lacking, and for us to build it all together, it's going to take literally them, us, and you all. If one of us are missing, none of these priorities are going to get hit. And if they don't get hit, it's up to them, us, and you all to hold the feds accountable. Something that we're lacking. I'm going down there to McConnell's office and they're looking at me like, oh my God, there's so many Kentuckians here. Because we're really not standing in our power. We want change, we can do it. And I'm telling you, it's being done every day by other states. You just gotta know what your priorities are and how much you wanna save your farm, your family legacy, your state's ag landscape. How much do you really wanna feed your family and your kids? It's really that simple. There was another one on here talking about the FSA loan collateral. We support prohibiting FSA from taking a loan collateral being a farmer's residence or assets valued more than 100% of the loan's value. Anybody here ever had an FSA loan? Yeah, it's a, so they want you, so I'm going for $20,000. My estate is worth $100,000. You want me to give my whole estate for that $20,000? And if I'm behind, that means you can come and take all of my land. Yeah. Is that the problem you're having right now?
If I use that $50,000 for beef cattle, then they want something else besides those beef cattle for collateral.
Yeah.
They want 120%. They also want sometimes you to put your farm up. So why should I put my farm up, something that's already paid for, over a $50,000 loan? So to me, only thing they should be getting, if I can't pay for it, is those cattle. Why should they be getting something else?
And his story is a story that I hear all the time because it's unfair. And let me just throw out there to you, people have a relationship with people in the FSA office. It just is what it is. If you have a relationship, you go to the same church, y'all in the same neighborhood, oh, I know you're a little bit behind, it's okay. But if you don't know me or your biases have you against me, I'm coming for your farm. Sorry you was late, that just is what it is. Sorry. And that is literally how it is. And it's not just Kentucky, y'all. It isn't. And then you get to the point where you just don't even use the loans. Yes, Martin. 5 minutes left to talk? Really? Wow. First they told me I couldn't do it in an hour. I didn't think I could, but I'm doing it good. Okay, thank you. But to even pause, so Community Farm Alliance is partnered with Kentucky State University on the 2501. 2501 is a section in the Farm Bill, which has land-grant universities, 1890s, things of that nature. They have to work with outside organizations to build capacity around USDA, resources, connecting farmers to the resources, extension, the things that already happen here at Kentucky State University. So this work, it comes through the 2501's work, right? Because if you guys don't know how to do this or you don't understand it, then it's just a resource that's just flapping in the wind. FSA gets to get over saying, well, nobody came in. No, you guys are difficult to work with and unreasonable. And so the reason why I bring up the FSA conversation. NRCS is a little bit more easygoing. It makes more sense. There is a cost share for the equip, I do believe, yeah. But if you can work with certain agencies sometimes you can get that to knock down just a little bit. There, like I said, there's more flexibility in their conservation programs versus FSA. FSA is just getting hit, but for good reason. So again, we have this living, so if you all ever wanted to look at those priorities, please let me know. But this is a big deal. Farm Bill's a big deal this year. Other pictures of us going to DC. So going to DC all the different times were for different reasons, but they're always to come. There was nobody there for Kentucky, so I'm speaking for Kentuckians, right? Then you're going up there, and I'm speaking to McConnell's office, and they don't have small farmers, and they definitely don't have black farmers coming to their office, so I'm speaking again for all of us. This was a march with NSAC, National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition, which gives us a lot of policy support. We work directly with them. So if there's something going on that we don't know about, which I think we're pretty in sync with NSAC right now, but they flew us in, and it was a climate and resilience rally, and they asked if we can bring black farmers. So that is my wonderful daughter, and this is me and Tatum Lewis, which is spoke here before. He is a farmer from Clark County, generational farmer. Those beautiful envelopes come from Eastern Kentucky Farmers Conference. My coworker Lori White and Jennifer Weber put together these beautiful postcards, and farmers from all over the state at different conferences wrote out postcards directly to their senators or representatives. And so we walked to all these buildings. If you ain't never been to Capitol Hill, Lord blesses, I'd rather walk in a holler any day. But it was a lot of buildings, and we dropped off a lot of envelopes. And then in this top picture, you have Merrill Gardner, Urban Ag in Louisville. You have Jeff Coles, Urban Ag, Fayette County. Then you have myself. I'm a conservation steward, farmer grower, Madison County. And then you have Von Barnes, Urban Ag, Louisville, and of course my daughter who's coming up behind me, and then Tatum in the middle. That was 5 black farmers, and we sat and spoke with McConnell's office, and we told them that we will be up there and talking to them every month to tell them the status of the farmer here in Kentucky. The small farmer, the Appalachian farmer, the black farmer. Now, to the end of the presentation, So Kentucky Black Farmer Fund, a fund that we created, we, respectfully, Community Farm Alliance created during the COVID. There was a lot of farmers who were having issues accessing different things from their markets, inflation. There was, pauses on things coming in the mail. Everybody had to get to where they were going. We had 2 pots of funding. We had the CAF fund. Fund was doing things for Appalachian growers and small farmers, and then I said, there are black farmers out there that may not know how to get this. How can we do grassroots fundraising to help the black farmer? And which we did. All these beautiful blue spots are where the Kentucky Black Farmer Fund applicants were. We use this information because, again, people don't know black farmers are still here in the state. So we use all this data to say, we're here, we want to work, we need help, and let's do it together. So still in little snapshots, I'm trying to rush, but it's the history of the Black Farmer Fund, but it stayed still. After COVID was kind of going through its thing, we did 2 rounds. The eligibility was that you had to be a black operated farm, it had to be in Kentucky, you had to be actively in your local food system, whether giving your food away or selling your food direct to market, farmers market, direct to customer, etc. You had to do produce, livestock, herbs, honey, maple, like whole foods, not value added. If you had value added, we thought about it, right? Like if you made your value added product from the products off your farm, but you sell your value added, we still help. And how you sold your markets, right? It's a beautiful picture of my farm and about him. So we did that. It was great. We had 52 counties, farms. We had about 40-something farms. Everybody got the help they needed. It was just a little bit of money. It was $750 to these farmers. Again, black owned, but these farmers have diversity in it was not just helping just that farmer as a black farmer. It helped him or her and their whole family, that most of them are diverse, right? And it shut down for a few years because it was a pandemic help, right? But then people were like, do you still got that fund? We want to help fund the fund, we want to use the fund, we really, really need it, right? Like, what's going on with it? So we got it back. Lori and I brought it back, got us another committee, and was like, we've got to bring back the Kentucky Black Farmer Fund. Again, there's nothing like this in the state. Let's get it going. So we've been meeting, and we decided that today, for Kentucky, for the third Thursday, for what we consider the beginning of our Juneteenth celebration, that we would unleash that, thank you, that we would unleash the Kentucky Black Farmer Fund grassroots fundraising campaign. So starting the need to be a part of the rat race. Like I said, past successes. First round, 43 farms. Second round, 9. 52 farms in 26 counties. Sorry, I said it wrong. But look at the numbers. 43 farms, $30,000 to help 43 farmers, and that is just at $750 a farm. It racked up pretty fast. And so what remains in the fund is almost about $30,000. So we're asking to match that right now. If we get more than that, it'll be great. I'm not asking for anybody in the room to do that, but if you know anybody, we're running live through K-State's web. That's what we're looking for. We're just looking for the match. To be able to match that means that we can help another 40-something out farms, right? The goals also were like, this is just a Black Farmer Fund. How does it look if we get 10 times amount that of money and being able to help other demographics, other socially disadvantaged, other historically underserved farmers in the state? Those are our goals. We're always here to expand the work that we're doing. Right now, the quick funds will be, again, the $750 quick application, something, I think we're even thinking about the calendar, right? We don't want to have all these grants rolling at the same time and farmers are like, I don't know what to do. I gotta just do one, right? We want to be able to fill the gaps, Patchwork Initiative, for the times when you're waiting for the KSU Small Farmer Grant, when you're waiting for the grants from, what am I thinking of? Grants. NRCS, any of the programs you're waiting on, and you just need a little bit to get you through while you're waiting for that. That's what those are for. And then the work of possible long-term funding, those cost shares, those collaterals, helping some of the farmers do that. This is our pilot. Again, we want to be able to help every small farmer in the state of Kentucky. We just have to help the ones that haven't been helped ever. So we're starting with the Black farmer. And then there's just a graph over there for the farm size. The applicants had a conversation with McConnell's office, and they're like, you know, small farm is more than 20 acres. And I'm like, to who? No, because the small farmers that I work with, how many, I mean, not to, you know, I have 4 acres on a 26-acre lot. I think it's huge. You know what I'm saying? I have growers who don't consider themselves farmers who have 2 to 4 acres of land. And they're like, oh, I'm just a grower, I'm not a farmer. And so I'm really also using these data points when I'm dealing with policy now to show them that Kentucky's small farmer is 5 acres or less. And that's the majority of growers here in the state. And so just another reference, but again, the Juneteenth campaign is live. You'll be able to find any information on Community Farm Alliance's Facebook, Instagram, and our webpage, cfaky.org. Also, I'm definitely membership. We're a membership-based organization. And so being membership-based, we need our members to move policy. I can't go to Frankfurt by myself. I can't go to DC by myself, right? I need those people. And we get people from the community, right? But we're always trying to change them into being a member. Membership, there's times that we fly out and you don't pay for your travel. You don't pay for your lodging, right? That comes with membership and being a part of us and saying, we got you, come on through. Also opportunities to speak at conferences, you know, we want to hear your stories. We know how your farm's going. If you got some barrier success stories, we want to be able to talk to these planning committees and be like, we have these people, they're our members, we can just reach out to them really quick. And the other part of that is also donating and campaigning. Membership comes with fees, but those monies also continues to help staff us and keep us doing this great, awesome work. Without us, there was no Kentucky Double Dollars, right? Without us, there's a lot of Black farmers who would have never heard their stories be told. And we want to continue to do this work. Last stop, Vaughn Barnes, he is doing our Blackberries podcast. If you've been following CFA for a while, we had our Breaking Beans, right? It was our podcast for East Kentucky stories. Beautiful, was there before I got to CFA, and I've been there for 5 years. With the 2501 and us doing a lot of work around Black and brown voices, Vaughn came up with Blackberries, where everybody on the podcast has to tell their favorite berry. Mine's elderberry because I make elderberry syrup, but this is the list of this is a list of all the stories. Most of us know at least one of these farmers on here. They're from all over the state. These are the the top views on our YouTube right now. It is on our YouTube channel. These people talk about their practices. They talk about how they farm. They give, it's like a little bubble of extension. Like, you can watch them and learn from them. You can reach out to them and they will be able to share, maybe want to learn from you as well. But stories matter. And I know I probably said it 1,000 times while I've been sitting up here, but stories matter. And they won't know, policy won't know, McConnell won't know, Brashear won't know, Corals and whoever comes after him won't know what we need as a small farmer here in the state of Kentucky until we talk to people and let people know what we're doing. So with that, thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Hope you enjoy your lunch. And I hope to meet with you all, and you all have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Thank you.
Thanks again to Community Farm Alliance, Mr. Martin, Ms. Belfield. Thanks. At this time, we will have a selection, Lift Every Voice, by Dr. Allison Young, our interim extension administrator. Dr. Young.
Hello, everyone. For those of you all that are not familiar, this song, Lift Every Voice, is considered the Negro or the Black national anthem, and it was written by James Weldon, I believe I got his name right, and he was an author, a civil rights leader. He and his brother wrote music for Broadway plays in the early 20th century. And they also were a part of the Harlem Renaissance. And if you're not familiar with that, you can look it up. That's where a lot of pivotal artists, writers, poets, musicians were all together during that time, and they went to Harlem from the Great Migration from the South. So anyway, I am going to sing the first and the third verses of Lift Every Voice and Sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberties. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as a rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. God of our wearies, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, Thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path, we pray. lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Young, for that selection. At this time, we're going to break for lunch, and we're going to restart at 11:45. I would ask that our speakers will go ahead through the line first, but we're going to reconvene, start back at 11:45. Enjoy your lunch. I hope everyone has enjoyed the lunch, and if you haven't finished, just to continue while we proceed. We have Dr. Joseph Omielan from the University of Kentucky, and he will be discussing with us roadside fence line weed and brush management. So at this time, let's give Dr. Olam our undivided attention.
So, let's see, just move. So thank you for the invitation. So today I'm just going to try and talk a little bit, try and keep a constant volume here, a little bit about roadside vegetation management. That's my position and program are funded through the Transportation Cabinet. Give a little bit of idea what's going on as we're traveling the roadways, why we're doing those practices. Hopefully then a few concepts maybe that might be useful in your operations and your day-to-day lives, as well as fence lines and brush management. So this is a shot from the Mountain Parkway, and so we have some of our medians there. We have the Cherokee, the chicory on either side of the right next to the fence line, right next to the pavement edge, and we have some milkweed as well. But so that we try and manage the roadways for safety. That's our main objectives. So what we'll discuss today. So some of the major objectives and techniques for roadside vegetation management. So there's some situations where we want bare ground. We don't want vegetation growing there. That's not easy to achieve because if we have resources and space available, there's going to be some life that's going to be wanting to take advantage of it, which is a good thing. Also then broadleaf control and turf. Since most of our roadsides, we are then trying to promote turf. Kentucky 31 is a tall fescue that's predominant there, and of course then we want to keep that at a safe height, so it's not interfering with sight line, so we can see what's coming. And some of our broadleaf weeds, they'll get taller, cause some issues. So then of course then one of the things we want to do is control the broadleaves, promote our turf. And woody vegetation management, since we're in the in a climatic zone where if we're not actively managing, it's going to revert to forest. So we're in many of our situations that what we're trying to do is then we're saying succession is going to be doing its thing, the ecosystem is going to be responding, and we're trying to forestall that, keep it at a certain stage in succession. Just cover some of the equipment and techniques, just so that then something, have an idea with, when you see something on the road as you're passing by. Also, some of these might be useful and interesting for our operations. And talk about a little bit about fence line management. Most of what we're doing is not organically certified, but then wanted to, I forgot that out the truck, but OMRI certified, so that we can then maintain our certification. So the objectives. Main objective is safety, so we can maintain and have safe roadways, so that we have good visibility, so we can see the signs, we can see the guardrails, so we know if there's a guardrail. We put guardrails there for a reason. We want to make sure that people can see, take some caution, and that then we can see oncoming traffic if there's other issues. We're going to reduce the fire hazard. Not so much in this region, but in other regions of the country. We're then trying to then maintain the vegetation so that then we have less issues with fire. Soil erosion. We've constructed the roadways In many cases, we have, slopes. We want those slopes to be stable. We don't want the soil moving, or we don't want, roadways cut off because we have, rock slides. And also we put it there, we don't want then the soil moving where we don't want it. So, vegetation there to hold things in place. That's very important. Assured continuity of utilities. So we want to make sure that the roadways are still going to be accessible. So also then if we're talking about power lines or for electricity, or electric power, also then pipelines, so then we have then maintained that those services are going to be available. Promotion of public health and comfort. We like to have attractive roadways as we're driving along, attractive communities. That's also part of it, the aesthetics. Ornamental values. So also then, nuisance vegetation, invasive control, management is also part of it, where then we want to then have a healthy ecosystem that we are then a part of. Also then enhance pollinator and wildlife habitat. That's been a goal for a number of years. With the Transportation Cabinet, other areas of the country, where then we are then trying to then promote habitat. So then of course then our fellow inhabitants in their ecosystem, we can then provide them with the resources for completion of their life cycles. When we are then dealing with public roads, we're not then managing it the same across the whole right of way. So typically then we would have then a zone that would then be zone that's right next to the pavement. That's what we call the operational zone. That's then where we have, then we don't want any obstructions. We want to have good lines of sight. We then maybe will be then managing that differently. We may be mowing more often, maybe being more applying more herbicides to control. Whereas then in the safety clear zone, we may not be maybe managing a little bit differently, because then different priorities. So that, but then we still need to have that, so that of course then if somebody does go off the pavement, they have some space to hopefully come to a safe stop. Transition zone, so you can see the fence line there. So then we may be managing that differently. And then we have then the undisturbed zone, which is then beyond there. So we have a transition, and we have different priorities, different objectives. This is just an example where then we have, this is north of Frankfurt. We have teasels that have been there because we haven't mowed recently. This is in the springtime. They haven't, so they weren't mowed in the fall. But then that's also then part of where we'd have then different management zones. Those aren't an issue because they're far enough away from the pavement, so we can just let them be. We also then want to be then promoting, pollinator habitat. So then, of course, then that's something that then we can help, and of course then help our local inhabitants. So with integrated vegetation management, so we're trying to then use all the techniques that we have to try and achieve our objectives. So we want to use the available means, part of integrated, how they're going to fit together depending on the season, depending on our objectives, our resources. And want to be, hopefully it's a strategy. And we want to then achieve short and long-term goals. So in many cases, then, we need to mow because we just need to. But maybe we'd like to then we don't want to reduce the mowing, maybe change the vegetation so that we don't have as much, so that we don't have to do it as often. Or maybe we're trying to manage it so then we have less control, less issues with invasives. And that may not be something that we can do right away, but then of course then we tend maybe have a longer term objective, multi-year, to then get better management control, or if we're then transitioning. So cultural and biological control, that's one of our bedrocks for any of our management. Healthy turf is more competitive. So if we have a competitive turf, this is what we're typically managing, we should have less issues with other species coming in and causing issues. Mechanical for roadsides, others, because then yes, that is, we can, for the mowing, or if we're going in and cutting the brush, for the timing, the height, that's going to influence the outcome, how effective that is. If we can then, many of our, springtime, like poison hemlock, our teasels, they bolt and get high in the springtime. If we can knock them off, mow them before they set the seed, then that should be easier for us to manage them. If we let them go to seed, then we're probably just setting ourselves up for continuing headache. Of course, then chemical control is part of what we're, one of our tools that we want to use effectively. We want to maintain the effectiveness of these tools, so that's important. Stewardship. Growth regulators, sometimes we use those for turf, for the tall fescue. We can apply growth regulators so then they don't go to seed, they don't bolt, they don't head out. So then if they stay low, we can maybe skip a mowing. We don't need to mow them first thing in the spring. Growth regulators are also then useful for brush control or tree control, tree growth, because then we redirect the growth rather than it going where the light and the space is and growing into where we need our traffic to go. We redirect it with growth regulators so they're not going to be growing on that side of the roadside, and they'll grow further away. They'll take their resources elsewhere. They'll use their resources elsewhere. So yeah, so of course then we have then mechanical control. So here we have one of the forestry heads. So we have to go in, and it's going to appear like we have to do this, where then the vegetation is gotten into our right-of-way, potentially interfering. This is at a railway. We also have the slope mowers, where we mount those, and of course so then that's handy because then they're mowers, and the advantage is that then they can go up on slopes, so we may not be able to take the tractor, or we can go over the fence line, over the guardrail, be able to then knock back the vegetation. So there's, and of course then we're integrating these techniques, trying to get them into achieve our objectives, and using them where appropriate. And also selective herbicide application. This is where backpacking on, where then we're going in, and in most cases we are then trying to do selective control because we're trying to achieve the objective, minimal impact on other vegetation. In some cases we are going spot treatments because then that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying those the plants that are causing problems or potential problems. And when we are going to be using herbicides, we want to get the product on the target. We don't want it going elsewhere. At the correct rate with good coverage, so that we're achieving our objectives. At the right time. No point in spraying poison hemlock when it's you're already setting seed, because it's just revenge spraying. We're not, it's going to die anyway. So we want to get the timing. If we're going to be trying to control something like that, we want the best time is then in the fall when it's in the rosette stage, or early in the spring before it gets too large, where we can get the good control. Want a minimal drift, so our droplets, we want the droplets to land where we want them. We don't want them going elsewhere to the neighbor's field. We also want to timing as far as the products we're using. We want to make sure that, because there's a number of products that temperature gets high, even if the droplets did land where they're supposed to, the product that then made turn into a gaseous form and then move off target, and it can be some distance away. And a lot of plants are very sensitive to a number of these products, like tobacco, vineyards. You don't want to then see the distorted leaves because there was a problem. So we have a number of methods of application. So then we have truck-mounted boomless sprayers. So we don't want to be using, it's not practical for us to be using, 30-foot booms, because then, those booms can get hung up and break very easily. Boomless sprayers, we can then get the product to the target without, something that's going to be then could be hung up. Low volume backpack, where we're then having to go in and do some spot treating. Basal bark is a technique where then we can control trees and shrubs with products that then penetrate the thin bark. The thick bark is not affected, but thin bark we can. Or then if we need to remove the brush or the trees, we cut them. A number of the species, if we cut them, they're just going to sprout back up. And we're going to have more of them than we started with. But if we then put some herbicide down on the stump, so the herbicide goes down to the roots, we kill the roots, then we don't have to come back in, a year or two later and just do it all again. Hopefully we can do it and not have to do it as many times. So this is an example of a boomless nozzles. This is what we call a stack nozzle. And so there's the individual nozzles there. They put out a stream, but then the body of this vibrates. So rather than having a solid stream, it breaks up the stream into large droplets. So then that goes some distance, minimal risk of drift, and hopefully then you'll be get it on target. So those are one of the designs. There's also these other ones that are, again, large droplets, but then we can get them from some distance from the road edge, pavement edge, where we're spraying, get them on the target. Here's an example where we're using this with a truck-mounted sprayer. Get it on our target. It's also important to try and then reduce the potential exposure to workers and handlers. Many of the systems are closed loop, where rather than having individual jugs, that's where they come. They would come as larger containers, and then meter it out. So then, of course, then we can get it then into the sprayer. Fair number of the districts and contract sprayers have gone to systems where rather than having 200-gallon or a large tank, and you mix everything into that, and that's what then you're spraying from. And the potential problem with that is if you have an accident, somebody runs into the back of the sprayer, breaks the tank, or something else happens, then you'd have hundreds of gallons of product that's been mixed with herbicide. And of course, then you have a spill situation, and you don't want that getting into the water or causing problems. We have systems where then the tank itself would have water, and we'd only meter out the herbicide as we're spraying. So if there is an accident, then you'd have water spill, but then you'd have then hopefully then the smaller containers that would have then the concentrate would not be affected. So that's also then, that's one way where then you can then, if you're changing systems, or then you're not mixing up, and the weather changes, it starts raining and you can't spray, you're not having things that are sitting around, in between. And so there's the metering out, so there's peristaltic pumps. So then they're metering out the product as it's being sprayed. So then you're putting the right amount at the right rate onto the target as you're driving along. And then, we have some of them where then you'd have a number of different nozzles set up, and of course they would then select which ones are going to be used for the situation. So here's one where then they have set up, so then it's for guardrail spraying, so then it's going straight down, so then it's not then, so now we're not, missing spray because of the guardrail down, but of course then it's going back beyond, so it's then getting back behind the guardrail as well. So then we have the truck-mounted boomless sprayers. So there's, quite a different number of different configurations. So if you see them, but of course then we're trying to use the best ones that we have available, use the technologies. But everything, it needs, the technology is only as good as the people that are utilizing it, making sure that they're doing it right. And then we also have then, you can also then, have smaller, where we have to go a little bit, off-road, and where then we have then the boomless nozzles set up, and of course then we can have this, so then of course you can have, from behind or just to the side, so then maybe you're only trying to control the vegetation or brush on one side. How many people have boomless nozzles in their setup? It's also, we can have, like we have some where we set up just on a four-wheeler tank, and of course then, so that then we, for demonstration, but so then you have the boomless, so then, for pasture, maybe, JD may mention, those are something where then for smaller acreages or areas where then, you can't get in, you don't want to go in with a boom, and you can then get, depending on your product, on your situation, get good control. So the objective is that then, this is for a power line, but using systems so that then you can keep the corridor clear, don't have the brush growing up because it's competing with vegetation that you've established there, and then doing what you do, so spot spraying and other techniques, so then you can maintain the corridor, and of course then have habitat that is desirable. So the low volume backpack, so then we have then, you're trying to get maybe 50 to 75% coverage. That's sort of a little bit higher than you probably want, but then you can get at some of our situations where then you can't get there with a wheeled vehicle, or you just do some spot spraying because you're just going after particular targets. So we want to be, in most cases, we want to be very specific. So then, okay, we're only trying to control these species or these trees or this brush, and we want the rest of it maybe perfectly fine. Basal bark is a technique where we can do it most months of the year. So it's something then if we're trying to do control, and we do it in the off season, so then we can then, just as long as the bark is thin, we would then be able to apply concentrated herbicide, use an oil that's going to help to penetrate the bark, get through the bark into the cambium, so then the herbicide will then be able to translocate up to the rest of the tree and down to the roots. So we get good coverage, yes. We can do like what we call a hack and squirt for larger. The basal bark, you need to get 360 around for it to, because the thing is, because the plants have a lot of redundancy. They've evolved to be in pretty rough conditions. So so they can survive, and even if you don't if they have even part of the phloem or the xylem still functional. But for the hack and squirt, that's also something for larger ones, because this only works for smaller. The hack and squirt for, like, let's say you want to take specific trees out of a woodlot, because you want to then take them out, so then they're not taking resources away from the ones that are going to then be more desirable, or the ones that are larger, and say, yeah, these are going to be, I'm going to be able to harvest these are in the way. And you can do that. And for that, there's products that, but But yeah, or you can do, that's, similar, but then the idea is you want to get the herbicide into, the main thing is to get into the roots. But good question. And for cut stump, so where the thing is, because, there's times when, yeah, you have to get it out of there because it's in the way. And killing it and letting it just sort of fall afterwards isn't necessarily an option. Or if it's someplace where then you don't want something falling because there's a target and it's going to damage something or injure someone. So you need to take it out. And this way then you then apply your herbicide to the cambium. So if it's a larger diameter, you don't need to put it in the center because that's where the xylem is and it's only going up. You put it on the cambium because you need it to go down and then, kill the roots. Because, like bush honeysuckle and a lot of other shrubs, they'll sprout up again. And so if we do this, then hopefully then we're not going to have to come back in a year or two and just have to do it all over again, an endless cycle. Yeah. So here where we did a trial, bush honeysuckle where we got good coverage, didn't have resprouting. If we didn't get good coverage, then you just have to we may have to come back in and do it again. So, the bush honeysuckle and that, you want to get it. Ideally, you want to get it within a few minutes of when you cut it. Because otherwise then it calluses over very quickly. It heals very quickly. And so, what we recommend is that then if you're clearing a bunch, is then, sort of maybe work on a bit, get it all out of the way because it's, there, clear it, but only cut it, knee high. Yeah. Well, then come back in when you got that and then cut and treat with, dauber or that. There, so it. So then okay, we've done that, because otherwise it's all too easy. You cut it, and of course, did I get it? Or if somebody's falling behind you, did they? And then you're wondering, well, why is a whole bunch of these, but yeah, you do. It's and for a lot of them, like for the the clearance and for volunteers who work, a lot of them, like we didn't have the glyphosate listed on that, but 50%. Roundup solution, like, dilute the concentrate, 50%, put a dye marker on it, and that works quite well. And that's and that's if you get that, then you daub it so you know it, and it's quite effective. Yeah. Well, yeah, we put the dye indicator in so you have an idea which ones were treated, so that you're not wondering, well, okay, did I treat it or not? Or especially if you're probably going to, if you have a number of people working at it, then you'd have somebody that would know, okay, yeah, it's been done, and move on, and try and make sure you get all the ones before you move. Huh? Well, if we're using like a aqueous, like, water base. There's a number of them that we use that are designed to work with water. If we're using for the oil base, like we had for the basil bark, Bass Blue is the one we've been using because it's oil and it's designed then to work with an oil and it'll mix. Otherwise, the two don't. So you have to make sure you use the right one. You can, because that gives you a little bit more of a window, and yeah. So Garlon 4 is one that we mentioned for the basil bark, because they use the Arborchem basil oil. It's formulated for that. It's low odor and it's designed to penetrate the bark. So yeah, but yeah. So you don't want to be doing this over and over again. You like to be able to go through it and hopefully not have to deal with it for a little while. So yeah, so the methods, lots of options. You want to try and pick the best ones that are going to work for you within, whatever constraints you have. Economic, location. For applying things, we want to make sure that we follow the label. A lot of the products, we don't want them to go under the water, so make sure if we are working next to streams or things like that, making sure that then we're not overspraying into that. And making sure, and many of these, of course, like, are quite specific. So the cut stump, we're only applying it specifically on those little areas, so that then it shouldn't be impact beyond that. You want to use the appropriate one. So and then, so of course then guardrails and cable barriers. So why do we use them? Well, they're there for a reason. So then, the drivers know that there's something that they have to be concerned about. So yeah, in many cases, of course, they're next to a stream or a slope. So that's why we have them so marking. So we want to make sure that we can see them so people know. And we need to keep them clear so we don't have vegetation growing up and people can't see them. Or driving at night and the reflectors are on there, but you can't see, and all of a sudden we run into things. Or the cable barriers. So the cable barriers are set up. So then we don't have, traffic crossing over. And so they're designed, so then they're going to brake. So if a truck is coming along, they'll brake and they're going to slow the vehicle down rather than letting it cross over and then have head-on collision. So for guardrail applications, we use bare ground mix, because typically we're trying to control vegetation and not have anything growing there. Ecosystems, nature doesn't like that. If there's resources available, there's going to be plants that are going to try and exploit that. Safety issue, because we want to make sure people can see these while we have them. Challenges, standard control, not necessarily that easy. We have products that are pretty good, but of course then stewardship is very important, because we have tools, herbicides, but they're only effective as long as we manage as best we can resistance issues, where then we have products that were effective are no longer effective because the plants have been selected and have evolved saying, yeah, I'm just going to shrug this off. And we can't use that anymore for those. We don't want off-target drift if we're applying. We want to make sure that every droplet, hopefully, then is going to land where we want it. It's going to do what we expect it to. Erosion. So in many cases, yeah, in the slopes, we don't want to be taking the vegetation away, because that's probably one of the things that's holding things in place. So we don't want erosion, because then we're going to have the product moving where we don't want it. It's also, guardrail is not very effective if the soil where the posts and everything are anchored to washes away. It's not going to have the strength, it's not going to do its job. And we don't want to move into herbicides, so that then, because everything may have landed where it's supposed to, but if sometime afterwards we have then the soil particles or the water or with the herbicide attached to it moving elsewhere into the water or into somebody's field, not a good thing. We want to avoid that as best we can. So here's an example of a setup where we have a set of nozzles down right under the guardrail, and we have then other nozzles setting that spraying from the behind. Because if we have it just from the side, we have the guardrail, and of course then the droplets are being stopped, and we have a shadow behind where then we wouldn't be getting to control. So then we set it up so then we get the droplets where we need them, get the control and the results we want. A lot of the guardrails have been going then where then they're in concrete, so that for there, and of course then you have a zone where then you shouldn't have vegetation growing. Or then we have some still where we have then vegetation, then sort of managing that. So then of course then to keep it from causing problems. And the different techniques for whatever you're trying to achieve. So we've been doing some trials at the Gene Snyder. So this is a few months after we sprayed. And you can see we have some of the plots where we had sprayed on either side of the cable barrier. So it's still holding things back, and you can see what the vegetation is like if we hadn't been doing any control. And that year we had put some string down at the spray pattern. So on the left, you can see that, yeah, okay, we didn't have movement. We didn't have evidence of movement of the product and causing problems beyond where we sprayed. On the right, we can see that, yeah, we did have it move. So we want to avoid that or minimize it. And of course, then, we have products that really don't move much at all. So, and that's a lot of people, a lot of the programs have gone to those. Because we don't, damage complaints are not something anybody likes to deal with. We want to, and we want to make sure we don't have those. So what we've learned when we're dealing with, ecosystems are dynamic. They're responding to available resources in our management. So part of it's what dynamic. The thing is, it's an iterative process when we're managing. We're dealing with one issue and we got that, and something else may come up, or the ecosystem's going to respond and we're going to change, and then we have to adjust accordingly. This is as long control as possible. We have to bear ground, but again, it's a challenge, and a lot of it depends on the situation. Now, for fence line management, so why will we have defenses? So of course, part of this, why do we have them there? What are we trying to do? So separation of properties. So is it just sort of case just to market? Are we then maybe expecting a privacy screen? Are we then wanting some vegetation to grow? Potentially, maybe some hedges. Delineation of fields, management units. So then we know, okay, this is the rotation we have here, and we're going to be moving on. How are we managing? So we're managing as a unit. Livestock management. So then, of course, then we're going to have different requirements for the fencing. If we're trying to make sure we keep, depending on the livestock, we're trying to corral or keep within the boundaries. Are we then maybe setting up or maintaining a windbreak, shelter belt? So what are our objectives? How are we going to then be managing the vegetation in and around that, so then we're going to be able to achieve these objectives? Are we managing or intentionally, or are we hoping then we're going to have some habitat for local inhabitants? For the birds and the insects, other critters. That's going to influence, our choices. So this was, a shot of, along a legacy trail. I have the bike and hiking trail. And it had been managed for a while. Our farm crew, went through the chainsaw because there was bush honeysuckle was all along here. So yeah, so the thing is, in most cases, we wouldn't necessarily want that. So of course, in some cases, we'd then be trying to then have, someplace you might put, bare ground product down under there, so that then you don't have grasses, everything growing up in there. So then, you're going to maintain the integrity of the fence, increase the lifespan. Also, if you're not managing, we have then, the poison hemlock, because we haven't done anything for it. And of course, then if your fence line is along, pasture, then yeah, this is not something you want along your fence line, or certainly not in your pasture. This is not intended to be a hedgerow, but again, bush honeysuckle, and we weren't doing anything for it. So we cut it, but we didn't do anything more to it. So yeah, so that's depending what we're trying to achieve. And it looks like, we did, kill a couple of them, maybe, as we managed to get in close enough and maybe to cut off at the stump. But again, the thing is, it was intertwined there, so of course then it's also then, you don't have the labor to deal with that, trying to pull it out, or just say, well, okay, it's there. But we're doing a trial just to look at some alternatives to glyphosate, and and again, I'm not sure if anybody is certified organic, but most of the products we're talking about, they're not going to be they're not OMRI certified. So of course, then you'll be using other techniques to make sure that you maintain, the vegetation, manage the vegetation. But there are products that are OMRI certified. that are then contact, will, burn kill the vegetation that we spray. Won't do much for the roots because it won't, none of them will move down into the roots. But then, if you are trying to manage them, then you'd have to then do repeated applications if you're trying to, if you're trying to kill them, or just say, okay, we just manage them to the level that we can, so then it's not interfering with the functions that we're trying to achieve. This one is fatty acids. This is one that has a mix of, but this is mostly then vinegar and table salt. Those are sort of the two main ingredients. Again, so they get the quick burn down, but then you don't have much else. Then you have to follow up with other techniques or cultural. Yes. You can if you want. Probably, undoubtedly. But anyway, these were ones that were just commercially available ones that. But yeah, people can if they want. The problem is it's not easy to get because the concentration of the acetic acid is higher than your table vinegar. So you'd have to get a hold of something that's not the table vinegar. I haven't looked into that, so. Yeah, probably, undoubtedly. Yeah. But anyway, for this, you need something stronger than your table vinegar to get the vegetation control. So that's why they have these. So we wanted to use the best available techniques, most economical, the ones that are going to fit within our management scheme to achieve, in many cases, site-specific. So, of course, then we're going to be dealing with, situations and they may be just part of a fence line, part of your property, part of the right-of-way. We want to keep our long-term objectives in mind, because in many cases, when we're dealing with things, it's not something which, short-term, it's something that then, okay, it might be a few years down the road that we're trying to achieve, because we realize we're not going to be able to get it done this season, or, we're not going to have it, spray and done, once and done. We're going to have to then be a long-term strategy to achieve the final objective. Any questions? Yes.
As you're doing the roadside spraying, is a look out for the no spray areas, the pollinator areas and such things being taken into account? And is there an alternative as you're trying to keep that down by the side of the road by these areas?
In most cases, the no spray areas are typically marked on GPS, and they are then on the work plan, so people know to look out for them. So yeah, that's something that then the transportation cabinet does make sure that they do.
If you're trying to get rid of some bush honeysuckle or small trees in your yard, do you prefer glyphosate or triclopyr or something else? What's your, if you're just trying to get rid of bush honeysuckle in your yard?
Glyphosate.
And you recommend that, like cambium treatment?
Yes.
Soon after you cut?
Yeah, that'll be the best treatment, yeah.
What was the name of that?
Well, the glyphosate is the active ingredient. Roundup is the original trade name. There's many different trade names that have that. And used to get the concentrate, there's ones that you can get that are pre-mixed, that you spray as you go, ready to spray, ready to use, but those don't have enough, the concentration is not high enough for this. So you'd get the concentrate and then cut it 50%, dilute it. I'll put a dye marker in, so then when you're daubing it or spraying it, that you can see that that's been treated, so you don't have to do it again.
And would you the solute, would you say that would be
Water. Water's the easiest, yes. Least expensive, and it's the easiest. So yeah, so it works just as long as the temperature's above freezing. If you're out there shivering away, yeah, then yeah. And that's where then the oil-based come in, because they do have a little bit wider window. Well, just as long as you use the right formulation.
And that's like this time of year is fine to do that?
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, so you have a pretty wide window that you can do that in.
Is there, like if I had a tree in my yard that was maybe 2 to 3 inches in diameter, is glyphosate still okay for that, or does it need something different?
The glyphosate should still work, because it's pretty effective. And yeah.
Is the dauber, is that just to keep the localization of the glyphosate to the area, or what's the advantages of using a dauber versus a sprayer?
Well, the advantage of the dauber is you can just, there's a little container. I forgot to bring some, but they're there, and you can put it in. And of course, if you have a whole bunch of people working, they can just use it, and so they can just daub and move on. And the same thing if it's because if you're only doing a few and you're not doing a whole bunch, then it's just easier in that sense.
So the neighbors cut down some bush honeysuckle last year, and they didn't get to treat it before it started sprouting back up. To finish that project, do you need to cut it again and then treat it again immediately?
That would be the best, yeah, because then because then you have a fresh cut, and the plant hasn't had time to callus and heal the wound, so then you're going to have better penetration. So then you're going to get more of the glyphosate is going to get into the phloem and move down and kill the roots. Yes.
How does Roundup kill the plant?
Okay, the Roundup the enzyme that it inhibits, because there's an enzyme that's important for plants and fungi. We don't have that enzyme. It's an important part of a pathway that's used for making amino acids. And the glyphosate molecule will then bind. It's sort of like a lock and key. It's quite specific. It'll bind to that enzyme. That enzyme then is not functional. So the plant is then not able to make certain types of amino acids. So then it's not able to then have shortage of those amino acids, so there's metabolism and there's growth, and development is inhibited. And then it dies, because if we get enough of it in there.
It doesn't affect our amino acids?
No, because those are the amino acids that the plants make. We have to get through our diet. We don't make those amino acids. That's why there's essential amino acids that we have to get through our diet. Yes.
Brands that are safer to use. And my basis of that is the Parkinson's disease issue related to a lot of the sprays, and I've had personal reasons connected with Parkinson's. I lost my husband to Parkinson's disease years ago, and it wasn't safety in application. The method was not a big issue then. If you could do it, you did it. Are there any of the products? We have products that are organic approved. Are there any that are safer than others? Thank you.
Okay. A number of the products that are used, that we use, that can be used, or people are promoted for using for controlling vegetation, you have to take some extra precautions in application, because some of them, like some of the clove oils and that some of those. So in one sense, as far as applicator safety, you have to take a few extra precautions. But we want to take precautions whatever we're doing, because we want, if we're not exposed to it, if it doesn't get in us, then we can be handling, like we handle gasoline every day. And as long as we're careful, it's not going to affect us because we take precautions. Now the question, again, just because So there are products that I'm afraid I'm not really qualified to get it, because there's a lot of different layers, potentially, depending on how people define the safety. So all the products that we're using have been registered as being safe for ourselves and for the environment. They're EPA registered, so as far, so they're safe if we apply them the way we're supposed to ourselves, local, the local wildlife, and the environment. So that's what we're basing it on, because we have the scientific data to back that up. So as far as then, as far as then some of the lawsuits that have been going through, as a scientist, a lot of that is not based on science. It's based on other things, which is part of the legal process, but it's not based on, well, most of it's not based on science. I can speak as a scientist. I'm not a lawyer. I know, but that is part of the conversation. And unfortunately, I really can't give an easy answer to that. Yeah, I'm sorry, because as far as toxicology and what may happen, the thing is, well, because we're a population, and there's people in our population that may be very sensitive to something, and anything, like some people are really like spicy foods, other people can't stand them, and so so that's also part of it, because we have a lot of variation within ourselves.
I was just thinking, it's been several years go by there, and has there been progress made, was what I was really.
Okay. There's been more information coming up. I can't remember the time. I think it's at least every 10 years. Every number of years, all registered, EPA registered products, pesticides, come up for re-registration. So then they look at then, as we haven't gotten any new information, does that mean we need to change the label? Does that mean maybe we shouldn't have this product should no longer be registered and allowed to be used because we found some information that tells us that the risk for the use is now unacceptable. So it's an iterative process. So, and I can't, but I'm not keeping up with all that. I'm just, part of this thing is if it's registered, then because of the process, that okay, there's no reason for us not to be using it as we're supposed to. If something is pulled off the market or the label is revoked, then yeah, that would mean that there was some reason that potentially that there was something wrong, and then okay, we need to change what we're doing. I'm not sure if that answers, but hopefully that might give you.
I don't think there is a real good answer, but I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Yeah. The thing is science is an iterative process. Like we're always trying to gather more information, and if we get new information which says, okay, well, yeah, that we need to change how we think things are happening or what we're doing, then we say, okay, let's make the change because that's based on experience and information. And so I know that agriculture is going to be different 10 years from now than it is now. Because just like it's different now than it was 10 years ago.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Treating the honeysuckles, overgrown fence line and everything, when you treat them like that, when there's an oak tree, they're growing up with the oak trees and stuff like that, will it affect it as you're treating it, the oak tree, or is there do you just cut it and just not treat it? Or?
Well, that's a good question, because that's one of the things is, in many cases we're trying to, just, control specific individual plants, and we don't want them to be adversely affecting other ones. For the bush honeysuckle, yeah, if we cut it and we treat it, then yeah, that herbicides are going to go into the roots and it should not affect an oak tree or anything, you know, nearby. And that's why that is quite specific. Now, if we were spraying, you know, foliar spraying and trying to get the foliage, then yeah, then there'll be issues then where the things, the spray droplets may hit the oak leaves and then affect the tree rather than, as well as what we're targeting. But yeah, that's why we then, you know, we do have techniques where we can be quite specific. And that's where the power of being quite precise. But it's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand for that valuable information. Next, we have Dr. J.D. Green from the University of Kentucky. We'll be talking to us about problematic weeds in our grazing pastures. Dr. Green.
Thank you, Edwin. Can y'all hear me okay? I'm going to get up here and do some little show and tell. Talk about some of those unwanted plants. You've heard a little bit of that already in discussion. Still here. Most of the time we kind of fancy names, entomologists, pathologists, and so forth. We're just weeds. Just weeds. I'm J.D. Green. I'm an extension weed scientist located in Lexington. I deal with weed control in lots of different environments, from forage crops to grain crops. We work with Joe on the non-crop inside of things that they grow that are not needed. A lot of times I get a call. So that's where I'm coming from. I've been doing this for a few years now. In fact, I think we go back way when I first met you. It's been several years ago. I use that. Is that better? I got you. I can't use my hands as much, though. That's the problem. Anyway, I'm going to talk about some of those unwanted plants. I do have a publication back here that you all are welcome to pick up if you'd like to. It's got some nice pictures on the front. Some of the more common broadleaf weeds we have in grass pastures and hay fields. And on the back side of that is a quick response table of the effectiveness of various herbicides, may or may not be on individual plants, as well as general effectiveness about mowing. So you're welcome to grab one of those on that table when you leave and so forth. But let's just get started. What kind of weed problems are you concerned about out in pasture fields? The viney Japanese honeysuckle? Okay. Anything else? Yes, sir. Poison hemlock. All right. It's been real showy in the last few weeks, hasn't it? In fact, I've had a number of inquiries about poison hemlock from landowners as well as individuals concerned about poison hemlock exposure to the kids. Anything else? Johnson grass, okay. Well, we're going to talk about a few of those specific ones here in a moment, but some of the comments I'm going to make is going to dovetail, I think, what Joe's already talked about as far as using different techniques to control these different weeds. In fact, in pastures and hay fields, unlike our grain cropping systems, we rely a lot on, and grain crops rely a lot on herbicides to give us the most economical control for larger production areas. But in our forage crops, and I'm just going to call a pasture a forage, I look at it as more of a perennial system. In other words, we establish these forages, or these forages have been established for a number of years, particularly grazed pasture fields, and they're there for multiple years, a perennial system. As such, we have different tools in the toolbox that we can utilize or can rely on, and better yet, as was discussed a little earlier, integrating those different techniques together, I think, is the best way to approach some of these problems. And prior to that, before I forget to say it, the other piece to this is we need to be sure we can identify the particular plant or plants we're trying to control and maybe figure out a little bit about how do they grow and how do they reproduce. Because a lot of the name of the game from a weed control perspective is preventing these plants from going through the reproductive cycles. Now that's a lot easier. There's going to be several things I'm going to say here this afternoon. It's a lot easier for me to say than to implement because it's an active system in which we're working with. And there's lots of moving pieces and lots of different things you've got to think about. I'm talking from the weed control perspective. You've got to think about the animals that you're dealing with and the other management practices that need to be done in order to be a viable system. So what are the tools in the toolbox? What do we use? Somebody want to help me out? Okay. What's one of the big ones? Mowing, yes. Mechanical control. That's a big one. That's a real big one that we utilize for weed control in these pastures. And if you consider hay fields, it's the timing of cutting. Sometimes the weed pressure can dictate when we about cutting. But you know what I think the bigger question is about mowing? The bigger question about mowing is when. When do you mow if you're using that as a control tactic? Why did I say that? I see a few heads nodding. Because, again, we want to shortchange the ability of those plants to reproduce and produce new seed. It does us little good to wait and mow after the new seed had been produced on these plants. For two reasons. One is it's already done its thing. It's already produced new seed for the next generation if it's mainly reproduces by seed. And secondly, when we mow during that time period, we're going to take those seed and spread them around. We're going to mow off my pasture field, and then I'm going to tell my neighbor, I'll be glad to help you out. And I'll spread my wealth of weed seed. Okay? Now, the other piece to that also is, if you're going to mow for weed control, you'll be mowing all the time. Why is that? Because we have plants maturing at different times throughout the season. We have the winter annual complex that's just finishing up, that produces flowers mainly in the spring of the year, and they're producing seed. We have some that's more midsummer, and we have some that don't start their reproductive cycle until late summer or fall. We could be mowing all the time. That's impractical, and that's not what we want to do. I had an individual walk up to me, it's been several years ago, after I did a meeting, and he was talking to me one-on-one, and he says, so when I start mowing in August, it's probably a little bit too late. He says, I get everything else done that I need to get done for the year, and then it's time to start mowing and cleaning up some of these pastures. And yes, from a weed control perspective, we may be propagating the problem instead of helping it. But that said, mowing or mechanical control is an important piece that we use. Another side of that, though, in more recent years, is there is a cost to mowing. Most of you have tractors that run on diesel, right? Or even gasoline. What's it cost you to run that tractor across the field just to mow? There is a cost to mowing. So we want to try to maximize the number of times, and I don't have a magic time of year to tell you that. It depends on your individual situations and what's your target weeds of most concern in that mix. Okay. What other tools are in the toolbox? We do have some herbicide options. Most of the herbicide options that we have are chemical controls target broadleaf weeds. One of our big challenges is we don't have any selective herbicides that will selectively kill grass out of grass. Yeah, we do have one that as a pre-emergence that we can use and target certain weeds, but timing is almost impossible. And I've got some ongoing work right now trying to understand that a little bit better. But as far as controlling these plants, chemical-wise, they need to be actively growing, and most of the herbicides that you see that are labeled for use on pasture fields target mostly broadleaf weeds. And there are a few herbicides better than others if you look at the list, and 2,4-D covers a lot of them. But there are a few more difficult plants that we can talk about here in a moment that we may need a different product to target that particular plant. One other little side note I've just dawned on me as Joe was giving his presentation about fence rows, and you want to kill things, work on things like bush honeysuckle and so forth in fence rows. If that fence row is between two crop fields, that is truly non-crop land, and you have a number of options you can use. But if that's a fence line adjacent to a pasture or another forage crop systems, the EPA recognizes that fence row is part of that pasture, which means that your herbicide options are limited to those options that you can use legally for grazed systems, okay? Does that make sense? So the EPA, that's my understanding anyway, that's the way it used to be several years ago, is the fence line, you treat that in selecting a product that fits for a grazed, where you can graze animals in that system. A little side note. So chemical control, some are quite good. There's a few, like, interesting enough, common milkweed is one of the more difficult ones to kill even with chemicals. The herbicides we have available for us in Kentucky are not very effective on common milkweed. Now, hemp dogbane, which looks a lot like, looks somewhat similar to common milkweed, yeah, we've got a few products that are good for it, but if you want to try to selectively kill common milkweed, I'm hard-pressed to give you a good recommendation. Now, you could spot spread it with glyphosate or a Roundup type product and do okay, but the downside of that is that's the best way to kill the grass in and around those plants. So in my opinion, that's not a good option. That's where mechanical control at the right time may be the best way to keep that population down. You won't get rid of it because of the root system, but in order to manage it, mowing would be a better choice if that's so desired to do. All right, so we've talked about mechanical, we've talked about chemical, but you know what I think is one of the biggest tools in the toolbox? That's management, cultural practices. And that's the things that we do or the things that we don't get done that impacts the overall vegetation on that landscape. In fact, I've kind of concluded in my mind it's at least 60% of it, if not 70%. And those cultural practices or management practices are, again, not 100% effective by themselves, but they play a role in the type of weed problems that you're dealing with. In fact, sometimes some weeds, to me, are indicators that there's another underlying problems that you're dealing with. For example, how many of you deal with cockleburr or common ragweed or even spiny amaranth or spiny pigweed? Where do you find most of it? You sit down by the creek beds, but also you find the majority of those plants out in field areas that you have very little desirable vegetation, i.e. plant areas where animals may be trafficking back and forth or where they're being fed during the winter months, so you don't have very much of your desirable vegetation there. Thus, those weeds take advantage of that. If there's no good cover, if you have a lot of good vegetative cover, that helps prevent germination of some of these plants and make that much more competitive. Again, not by itself, but keep that in mind when you see some of these particularly annual weed problems. They a lot of times might be indicating that is there something we can do on the management side of things to help improve the growth of desirable plants so that they're much more competitive. You understand what my general thinking is here. Again, that in itself doesn't totally get rid of it, but it can help us get in the right direction. Soil testing. Well, why are we soil testing? Again, is the desirable plants have the nutrients it needs to thrive? And the biggest one in that equation is maybe just altering the soil pH so that more of the desirable nutrients are available for maximum growth of your, let's say, your cool season grasses, for example. And that could be one of your cheaper options. Now, certainly fertilizer costs for nitrogen and potash and other things have been a lot more costly in more recent years. But again, the underlying point, and the other thing I'll add to that, is sometimes just trying to do some interseeding to thicken up those stands. And again, I'm throwing that out. That's kind of easy for me to say, not always to implement, because we always don't get the weather in the fall of the year to get those cool season grasses off to a good start, or even in the spring of the year. So that can be a little bit of a challenge. But if we can get the other stuff growing well, and the other piece to that is, as well, I fully realize if you've got very many animals, you've got to feed them somewhere. So what that may imply is, if you're not already doing it, is selecting areas that you, what I call sacrifice fields, that are going to get a lot of abuse during those winter months, and let your other areas get as much advantage as they can throughout the year. One of the things I like about rotational grazing systems from a weed control perspective, it allows that grass to get a rest as those animals grass through those different paddocks. Here's the dilemma we're in right now. Right now, as of today, we are at a moisture deficit. And it wasn't just a month ago that fescue and orchard grass and so forth was growing pretty well. But it has declined considerably in just in the last 2 weeks. All right, so we got those animals out there. We're going to try to sustain them. How long can you sustain them? And what happens on a continuous grazed pasture, especially, is animals are continuous grazers, clipping off top growth. As you clip off top growth, you're starving the root system of the plant. And as you're starving that root system of the plant, you're stressing that plant. So when we do get moisture ground again, it's harder for that grass to rebound as quickly. So what I'm getting at, overall, management practices is a key piece of weed control. And the one I haven't even mentioned yet, that I sort of alluded to there just a moment ago, is grazing practices. That's how we graze in these areas. And again, one of the things I like about rotational grazing systems, it allows us to give those things a rest in between grazing cycles so that grass has a chance to rebound. Okay? So I'll give you 3 main ones for weed control: mechanical, chemical, and cultural practices. And I'm going to throw another one in there called prevention. Now, there's not a lot I can say about prevention. Let's just only get started that we don't want to have. And a case in point, last fall I was sent a county agent in West Kentucky contacted me, and he had a producer, was getting ready to buy some Kentucky 31 fescue to seed on his pasture ground, and he happened to look at the seed tag. How often do you look at the seed tag when you seed grasses or whatever? And on that seed tag, it said like 0.05% inert and weed seed. And listed on that was hairy chest, which is a brome species, and poison hemlock. I don't know how they got away with it. Well, as long as you get it tested, I guess you can sell it. As long as you tell people what's in it, you can do that. So sometimes we are our worst enemies. We got to pay attention sometimes as to how we may get something introduced. And as I said earlier about mowing, that equipment moving in and out, and particularly hay production, we're moving lots of equipment across those fields. As we move from field to field, farm to farm, that's how we move some of this stuff around, okay? Prevention. Biological control, I'll just mention, is another tool, if you will. The best example we have is the reason why we see less musk or nodding thistle, because of a thistlehead weevil, an insect that specifically feeds on the developing seed of that plant. Hasn't totally gotten rid of it, but has helped reduce the population of musk thistle. And the other thing that I always keep in mind, different animals graze differently. And particularly goats graze different than cattle, right? And they'll browse on stuff that cattle won't touch, and so forth. So sometimes we can think of our animals as part of the biological control system. All right, so I've kind of gave you what I consider my overview of weed control for pastures or forage systems. I'm going to talk specifically about a few of them I brought with me. And give me a second here, because I'm going to try to minimize the mess. Y'all recognize this? That is Kentucky spring wildflower. Right? Isn't it pretty? What is it? It's one of the buttercups. It's still hanging on, although it's towards the end of its cycle. It grows mainly as a winter annual. Now, there's a species that can be more perennial in nature, but it still kind of goes through a cycle, if you will, as far as its growth. This plant, as a winter annual, can germinate in the fall, but it also can germinate in late winter. In fact, sometimes I've been in fields that you won't see it even into early April, and then bam, here it comes. But it pretty much completes its life cycle here in late May, early June. It's really showy in late May, early June, with those pretty yellow flowers. And when you start seeing flowers, you have seed. In fact, if you look at this plant real close, there's a number of seed, or number of terminal points that have seed on it. Now, each one of those flowers may produce less than 100 seed per flower. It's not bad, is it? But how many flowers do you have per plant? Per field? Hundreds of thousands of them. And even if you had 5% of them survive, you still have a lot of potential new plants. And I'm afraid some of these fields that have a lot of buttercup in them have a pretty good seed bank that's going to be there for a few years before we're going to be able to get some of those under control. Where do you primarily see this? What kind of fields? Pasture fields. What kind of pastures? Horse pastures and or cattle pastures that get a lot of intensive grazing, particularly in the fall and winter months. What did I say a little bit earlier about vegetative cover? In fact, you'll be hard-pressed, and I've seen a number of cases where you can draw a line between a hay field and a pasture field, where the grazed pasture have lots of buttercup. You'd be hard-pressed to find one of these plants in that hay field, because it can't germinate very readily if you can't get sunlight down there to trigger that seed germination. So now let's talk about control. If it's a field that you don't need as a sacrifice field,
let's try to get that, the desirable vegetation incorporated as part of the equation. And I know that's real hard for me to, that's easy for me to say. It's hard to implement, particularly if you're dealing with horses. Because unfortunately, we have a lot of pastures or paddock areas with horses where we've got more horse than we've got land area to maintain those. And the horses are real notorious for grazing close, right? And particularly around the edge of the fence lines and so forth. That's a challenge for us. Now, herbicide-wise, chemical-wise, 2,4-D is as effective as anything you'll find. In fact, I can use low rates of 2,4-D. The key to it is when. What I typically tell people, if you pick one time, the best time probably about early to mid-April, late April at the latest, before you see flowers, okay? You could start back in March if you're starting to see a lot of the plant. A few people will spray in the fall, but again, this plant kind of fools you as a winter annual because I think as much of it probably germinates in that late winter, that March, early April time frame. But it's one of the easier ones to kill herbicide-wise, but you're going to deal with it year in and year out until you reduce that seed population and or change up the management practices in those fields, which may or may not be practical. Now, talking about winter annual plants, what's been in bloom right now? And you saw a few pictures of this a little bit earlier along roadsides. It's not just along roadsides, along fences, and even out in open hay fields. And as the name implies, poison hemlock is poisonous to cattle or animals, even poisonous to us. Ask Socrates. But poison hemlock classified as a biennial, meaning it might take up to 2 years to complete its life cycle, but I think a lot of it in our state grows as winter annuals. In fact, I'll start seeing new plants of this starting to emerge in about September and then by October. And they're little small rosettes that look like a carrot. It's in the carrot plant family. And those rosettes will sit there, and it's one of the few plants that don't die off. Well, winter annuals a lot of times don't die off, but it will stay green. Even the leaves will stay green all through the wintertime unless we get a hard freeze, and then they'll burn them off for a while, and then they'll come bouncing back. But it's one of the things that if you drive down the road, you'll see patches of this thing during the winter months, is my point. And those young rosettes that are on the ground, right now, so once they go through the rosettes, they send up a flower stalk starting in April, even maybe late March sometimes. Those rosettes get bigger. What it's doing over the wintertime is building up this root system. Now, that's a small tap root compared to some of them. That's what you're dealing with. But it only reproduces by seed. Because once this plant produces flowers here by June, in fact, I'm seeing some of these plants are starting to turn yellow, which means that the flowering is done and it's starting to die back on its own. Within a month or so, you're going to see a bunch of brown sticks. That's all that's left. That plant dies. But it drops all this new seed on the ground for the next generation, plus the seed that were there a year or two earlier to propagate. Having said that, let me mention one other thing. How do you tell this one apart from some of the others? This one has no hairs on the stem or the leaf. And if those of you that are pretty close will look, there's some purple blotches on that stem and also on the leaf petals. This is a small one. In fact, some of them can get 7 foot tall or so. And it has a little bit of an odor. The other plant that's starting to bloom right now, too, is wild carrot, which is also known as Queen Anne's lace. It has hairs on the stem, okay? And it also has an odor, but it's a different odor. And the wild carrot has more of a compact flower and doesn't get quite as tall as this one does. Having said all that, how do we control this one? Don't let it produce seed. and it's getting late, but one of your tactics would be mowing or cutting this off just when you start seeing flowers just beginning to form, preferably a week or so ago, all right? Because like I said, this thing is going down fast. I mean, within a couple weeks, it's going to be pretty much already fully done. It also has a hollow stem, by the way. So we can mow it. Unfortunately, a lot of places where this plant grows and thrives is in the fence line or under and around trees that you can't mow very well. Now, yes, if you're very, very energetic, a grub and hoe can get it done. If you're only dealing with a few plants, that may or may not be practical. But if we want to spray this one, there's a few people that wait and spray when the flower stalk comes up off the ground. The best time to spray and the most effective time to spray is when those plants are young. So if you know where those hot spots are now, keep an eye on it. Go out there in October, November of next year with a little bit of 2,4-D, and you can knock a bunch of them out. But just spot spraying those areas. And or do it in February. This is one of those, in fact, Joe, it can be a little bit cold. This thing thrives what I call a 60-40 window. 60-degree days, 40-degree nights, as long as we're not in a freezing period. But if you have 60-degree days, 40-degree nights for 2 or 3 days in a row in February, go after it. You can make some headway. Rather than waiting, unfortunately, you've got to look for them because they're on the ground. They're not showing you that they're out there. In fact, that's another problem we have in controlling these pasture weeds is we don't see them until they are in the reproductive phase. The same practice for those of you who still have dealing with thistles. This muscular knotting thistle is in full bloom right now. The time to control it's when it's young and in the rosette stages to deal with that. All right, that's kind of some of the winter annuals. But I brought at least one example. If I can get to it here. No, that's Mother Buttercup. Try not to make too big of a mess. All right. Can y'all see that? This is common ragweed, which is the more dominant ragweed that we have in pasture fields. Although there is another ragweed that's kind of in a few areas of the state called lance leaf. Back up a step. There's actually 3 ragweeds in Kentucky. One's the giant ragweed that some people call horseweed that gets pretty tall. Leaves are a lot more open, 3 to 5, sometimes 7 lobed. And then you have this more lacy one called common ragweed, and then there's lance leaf ragweed that I primarily just see in pasture fields. So there's 3 fairly close related plants, but the 2 in pastures are this one and the lance leaf. It's summer annuals. And as a summer annual, what does that in general define? It starts germinating in the spring. Probably about 3 to 4 weeks ago when I first started noticing ragweed seedlings. This is one of the bigger ones I've seen so far this year. It's grown in a ditch bank. And then it grows throughout the summertime and it produces seed in August. Or when does it start its reproductive phase? Any of you deal with ragweed allergies? When does that happen? August. In August. That's when pollen is produced for the flowers. Now this doesn't have a pretty bright flower to it. It's just kind of a little more nondescript. But it starts in August and it goes through its flowering stage through August, and by the end of August, seed is being made. And then it's done for the year. Okay? Having said that, what's the control tactics? What did I say earlier about ragweed? It's an indicator. Where is it primarily? If you have a pasture field and even a hay field that has a common ragweed in it, what's that telling you? You may need more grass in those areas. Yes, sir. Ragweed only grows where you feed cattle. Okay, and why is that? Because those cattle are keeping the desirable grasses knocked back, right? Hemlock only grows where
Hemlock only grows where, like under trees and fence rows. Now, just like you said, when it gets tall, it just dies out. But the root doesn't. The root is there to next spring. It's there, it reproduces itself again, correct? No, poison hemlock, that plant dies. When it drops its seed, it's done. So the root's dead too.
The root's dead, it's dead as well. What happens is you get new plants emerge back in those same areas where it was beforehand. Now, the other thing about poison hemlock, I've seen pretty good patches out in hay fields. And those usually where thinner areas of the hay field is. And just like this plant, it takes advantage of those areas where you have a lot of heavier cattle traffic in your case, I suspect. Yeah. And that's where that's the pasture fields you'll see it most, is the ones that get most heavily grazed. Right? That's the main point here with this one. So one of the tools in the toolbox is, if it's a field that you can keep cattle off of it for a while or try to build back that desirable grass, and that's easier said than done, but that's one of the tools in the toolbox. Chemical-wise, and I just made a mess, chemical-wise, we can kill this plant with a number of the herbicides that's on that list that you can pick up if you want to. This is when you need to spray it, when it's young. Unfortunately, I've been on some farms that get sprayed in August just as these plants are going through the reproductive phase. It's too late. Now, having said that, also, you start spraying 2,4-D or Crossbow or any of those other type products, Weed Master and so forth, those growth regulator type products, you better be aware of your surroundings, because they can move off target under hot, humid days and damage desirable stuff. So we got to be selective if that's even a viable option for us or not. Mowing, we can mow this in midsummer, and what happens? It branches back, produces more stems. But if we're going to mow, the key time we need to mow is early August, just when this thing starts its reproductive phase. Now, the thing about ragweed, though, I have to be conscientious of is that somebody that suffers from ragweed allergies, that may not be as desirable thing to do, but that's when it needs to be mowed. I'm saying that from the standpoint that common cocklebur mimics the same life cycle. I haven't seen as much cocklebur up yet this year. Joe, have you seen much? Part of that may be that cocklebur does better under wet conditions. Wetter years, you'll see more cocklebur. Last year was a wet year, right? Early, yeah. So, but as far as controlling cocklebur, it is not as prolific of a seed producer. And in fact, with cocklebur, if you can time that mowing at the right time to prevent seed production for a couple years or 3 at most, you can greatly reduce that population. Unlike some of these other weeds, and even spiny amaranth, that's prolific seed producers that can hang around for years. But cocklebur does not. Well, my suggestion is set yourself up to do a mowing about the second week of August. Early to mid-August at the latest. Under a real wet year where you have a lot of plant growth, yes, you may want to hit it in July, just to knock that top growth back and then just be ready to do it again. The key time for mowing is early August. Yeah. Yeah. I've done some fairly recent research that included mowing, but also various herbicide options. You kind of take your pick. The key to it is we want to catch it here in late June, early July, as far as spraying to be most effective, but be aware of your surroundings. In fact, there's a publication that we have available on stewardship of using pasture herbicides. Just to be, just to kind of point out some of those points. But just knowing your product. There is a herbicide that I don't think is going to be as available in this area of the state as maybe areas of the state where you have more grain crop production, called Sharpen, that's effective on those two plants. You only use 1 ounce to 2 ounces per acre, and it's a contact type herbicide, and it's pretty effective on it. That we don't have to be as concerned about off-target movement. You don't use much. You buy a gallon of it, and you think you better take a bar of gold to buy that gallon, because that gallon will cover about 100 acres. And most people don't have that much area to cover. Little side note there. Okay. Last group I want to talk about are not all weeds reproduced by seed. You all know what this is? This is curly dock. Most of the time we don't recognize that as curly dock. It's a perennial. In fact, these perennials, I cut most of the root off of this one when I quickly dug it up here a while ago. That is what we're dealing with. Yes, we produce a lot of seed, but this plant can come back from the root. In fact, the longer that plant stays there, the larger that root system gets. That's the key to control. We've got to get rid of this root. And the reason I'm showing curly dock here, this is one of those we want to deal with chemical-wise when it's in the late fall or spring, when you have most of the leaves are on the ground, again, not flower. Once this thing flowers, particularly like in hay fields, if this thing gets cut off in that first cut in the hay, it'll be on the ground the rest of the year. Or after you clip it in pasture, it's on the ground the rest of the year. But the regrowth, the fresh growth that you need for chemical control is not going to occur until the fall of the year. The plant I was hoping to bring into you, and I didn't, to use that as an example, is tall ironweed. Do y'all know what tall ironweed is? Tall ironweed. That's the one that has those purple flowers in late summer. It's another perennial. Yes, it can produce seed, but it comes back from the root system. Readily comes back from the root system. In fact, if you cut that one off, where you had one stem, now you got 2 or 3 or so that come back, right? Tall ironweed, I've done a number of trials with tall ironweed over the years, and I can show you some data that tall ironweed is reducing your productivity of that pasture, of grazed forage grasses. In fact, I had one study in northeast Kentucky, 50%. So in areas where we got rid of it, we had about 50% more grass grown by just getting rid of the tall ironweed. Actually, tall ironweed is controllable if you're willing to go the chemical route. We can mow and clip it, but you need to keep it clipped back. You'll never get rid of the root system. But if you want to you get a field that's got a pretty decent population of tall ironweed in it, the program that I advocate, and this is based upon several research studies I've done through the years, is we want to mow and clip it in July. So we're going to get that first flush that's growing right now. Now, when cattle start grazing in around those plants, you end up with a bunch of stems out there, right? So in July, let's say, we're going to clip that off. We're going to force that plant to send up new shoots, new, younger, tender shoots. When they get to be about 12 to 18 inches tall, if you will, somewhere in that time, and young, active, young growth, then I'm going to spray that in August, early August. And the herbicides that work best are things that have, now 2,4-D alone will make it look funny, but you don't get very much activity, long-term activity. You need something with triclopyr in it, something like Crossbow, or the aminopyrrolid products, like the newer product called DuraCore or Forefront, to get the best control of that plant. It depends on what your long-term objectives is as to how you might pick and choose. And I've seen the range is about 85 to 95% reduction in tall ironweed the next year. And you won't see the benefit right after you spray it, but the benefit you get the year after because you're taking out that root system. And that's the other reason why I'm saying for a lot of these perennial type plants, I advocate let's wait till the late summer, because the spring of the year, the objective of these perennial plants is to produce top growth and produce flowers. Once they get to that point, then the energy goes back to replenish the root system. So if we're spraying those plants late summer, we get more herbicide moving to the root system of the plant. And that's what we're hoping to achieve in that regard. Which brings me back to a question somebody asked earlier with Joe about bush honeysuckle. Yes, we can spray that pretty much from the time of leaf out for foliar spray. Now, the cut stump you can do about almost year round, right? As long as it's not freezing cold. But foliar applications on bush honeysuckle, we can do that in the spring and early summer. I've been more successful spraying the foliage waiting until about September. And why is that? Same principle. The plant's trying to build back its root system. We get more chemical going to the root of the plant at that point in time. So for a lot of these perennial plants and shrub-like plants, I try to we get excited about doing it in the spring of the year. We start seeing this stuff leaf out and so forth, but that's not always the best time we get our best results. Okay, I have rambled for a little bit, and I'm about to probably used up most of my time, but I'm going to entertain any questions as a wrap up here. Let me get him, and then we'll come back to you, okay?
What about the wild buttercup?
The buttercup, the one I talked about earlier, in regards to control, or, okay. So as we talked about, buttercup's going to show up mainly in those open bare areas. If it's feasible to thicken up those, the long-term strategy is to try to thicken up those areas. Chemical-wise, spraying 2,4-D in, I would say about mid-April or so, can go a long ways to controlling it. Not on, well, in buttercup, I don't think you need crossbow, 2,4-D. No, crossbow only works on broadleaves or dicot type plants. It doesn't hurt grasses. Yeah. Unlike Roundup, if you're spraying Roundup, yes, you're going to definitely kill grasses. That's the downside if you go back to Joe's talk about fence rows. Occasionally you see people that spray Roundup down along their fence line, and that works well for taking out what's there, but it's deadly on killing those grasses underneath that fence line, and what comes back? More of those broadleaf weeds, more so than your grasses. Yes, sir.
Cut heights when you're bush hogging, does it affect weeds?
I won't say I have a specific height to recommend, but it's a trade-off depending on what you're trying to clip back. Obviously, the taller one of the things I was talking about, cocklebird for ragweed is try to mow that earlier in July so you get enough regrowth that you don't have to clip it slow for the next one. It's always a trade-off because anytime you're clipping these pastures, you don't want to remove too much of the desirable foliage as well. So I think it's a case-by-case basis, in my opinion, but I don't have it. Although I will say is what you don't want to do is scalp it. And that's what happens in our hay fields. Some of the weed problems we have in our hay fields is because we clip it off as low as we can because we want to take it all in. And unfortunately, we're putting stress on those desirable grasses so that they can't rebound. Just like cattle grazing that stuff down, we put stress on that root system. We want to avoid that. Good questions. Anything else? All right, appreciate your attention. Like I said, if you're welcome to pick up a copy of that we have one more here.
So, I do the spot treating. Is there a dye or something that I can get that when I'm spot treating, whether I'm doing my pull behind or carrying, that will tell me, oh, I've already sprayed this patch and now I'm going over here, because I have horses and my target areas tend to be what we call the poop zone because they don't eat where they poop.
There are dyes, there are agricultural dyes that are approved for use with chemicals. Joe, I think even like Rural King, I've seen, I don't know if Tractor Supply carries it as readily, but I think places like Rural King or a lot of your ag business stores, the most common is a red dye, a blue dye, and sometimes you'll find a red dye. And yeah, in fact, I think one of your pictures had some blue dye in it, but that's good. That's if you want to take that extra step to know what you've treated and what you haven't treated, yeah, it's a good practice to add that in with, and it doesn't take much. It's just gonna be a little sloppy sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And that's true for most. Let me speak to that a minute about grazing after spraying. Most of the herbicides now that are approved for use in pasture fields have a 0 waiting period. That includes a lot of the 2,4-D products. Used to have a 7 to 14 day, depending on how you're going to use those animals. There's 0 days. However, as a word of caution, I'm not concerned about the herbicide, but you start spot spraying poison hemlock that's knee high or even shorter than that, and you spray a lot of it out in that pasture field, those animals are going to start grazing it. Well, they normally leave it alone and won't touch it, but you spray that plant, and as it's changing, they're attracted to it. I've been on 2 or 3 farms where I've seen it happen. One involved buffaloes. They dropped within days after they had sprayed it, and they'd sprayed some poison hemlock that was about knee high or so. So keep that in mind when you're spraying fields if you have some potentially poisonous plants. The other plant that I kind of throw a word of caution about that we're more apt to spray that's out there in the early summer, it's the poison hemlock. Late summer, perilla mint. Cattle are good about grazing fence rows? Yeah, they're curious animals, right? Yeah. So just keep that in mind with any time you're spraying, period. Even with Roundup. Yeah. Okay, anything else? Thank you all very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you again, Dr. Green. So at this time, this concludes the Third Thursday Thing workshop. Look forward to seeing you next month. Thank you so much. Next 10 o'clock. Fencing and pasture poultry. Yeah, fencing and pasture poultry is next month, 3rd Thursday, 10 o'clock a.m.